Yes, you hear me. Okay. Good morning, everybody. The final day of our project meeting. Any further long speeches from me? Let's start according to the agenda, which is presentation of work package 9, data management, web portal and services, and that's Uppe from Gage. Uppe, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello and good morning. My name is Uwe Larsen from the Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland. I'm working together with Bjarne Pitjosson. As you know, he's going to retire slowly from this project. I'm gradually going to take over. The agenda for this presentation should be. I don't know. Oops. I don't know if we can do something. Maybe you could.
Does this mic work? Yes, it does. Just checking. Going to miss the first part of the slide. The topics of this presentation, they are the central portal, and then I'm going to present the central portal and the functionality of it. Then I'm going to say something about borehole samples and geophysics in connection with the workshop we had last Tuesday. And the last thing I want to tell about is it's the status for VP9 and compared what the tender says about it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll proceed to the next slide. So. The central portal is just about to be launched. They're going to have a soft launch. I think it was the 21st of November, you said. The last message I got was the 14th of November, but it changes all the time. So this is what we know now. And after the soft launch, they're going to, it's a sort of test period we're going into. And there are still some bugs in the central portal that has to be fixed gradually. And in the next year, they're going to evaluate on the project here and see if they can go live. Yeah. So just go to show. How it looks. So this is the front page of the central portal, and the viewer that is going to be presented here is this one here. This is the new central. Oh, it doesn't work. Excuse me. How do I get have something in a browser? I want to show on the screen. Okay. F5? Okay. Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you get to the browser? Couldn't you? Sorry? Just can't figure out how to do this. Yeah. And what do you press to get from the one to?
Browser.
Okay.
And presentation.
Okay, you use Alt. Okay, Alt tab. I want to see the browser. Okay. Sorry about that. So this is the central portal map viewer. And sorry, I have another thing here. They're missing some of the, we can't see all the icons on the screen. So it's possible to make it smaller here in the presentation. So we're missing the left side of the picture. This one here, I want to show this one is very important, and you can't see it up there. Okay, you just, okay. Okay, okay, yeah. So here we have the most important thing here in this central portal map view is this catalog here. Going to get rid of this. This catalog where you can see all the different layers from the different lots. We have bathymetry, biology, chemistry, and so on. And the important thing for us is, of course, the geology part. And as you can see here, we have some, these are the work packages in our lot. And the order, it comes in alphabetic order. And we have addressed that, but I guess this is something they're going to fix in this period that comes right now. So the other lots also have that problems. For example, if in biology here, they used a dot to get occurrence data on top of the list here. So we can do the same if it's not, does not look so nice. But here we have our work packages, and I will just dive into one of them. Here we have, for example, geology. And if you just pick, what do you pick? I'm going to pick this one here because there's several here at this meeting who has noticed that something is missing on this map here. Some of the polygons, and it has something to do with our service on our portal. So I have to fix that. I just wanted to say I know about this, and I'm going to fix it after this meeting here. So now I've clicked on the H layer, and then I have to go back, and then I can, do all the usual stuff. I can change the visibility here, and there are also some filter possibilities. I can filter according to scale here. It doesn't. apply. And I choose several scale things. I don't know if it works or not. But this is something we have to check once more, and if it doesn't work, we have to report it to the secretariat if something is missing. So this is how you select your layers. You do it in here. You can also combine, layers from different lots. That's a good thing. Then we have the legend. And if we want to download data, we can use this button here. Have to get rid of the legend. And the idea is that you can see up here it says visible layers. So you click that, and then you select your area you want to use for your own project. And then you have some possibilities for the format you want to download. And in this case, you can choose between the formats that our own GeoServer at our own portal for geology can provide. We have a rather old version of GeoServer, so we are able to deal with these two formats here. So you can choose one of them, and then say download, and then you will get your a zip file here with your zipped XML file, GML file that you could add to your own desktop application, ArcGIS or QGIS or whatever. So this is how the download works. And it uses our GeoServer, and it means that there could be some issues with performance. Our GeoServer VFS doesn't, for all kinds of web feature services, it takes a long time to download all the polygons, so it's not the best solution. But it's what we have for now, and the central portal is going to develop further on the download facilities. So also you can see here some tool buttons here to the right. We have some zoom in out, zoom to full extent, location. We also have a 3D viewer here. I just want to show it how it works. Because in the tender we have said something about we're going to provide some 3D visualization, and there are several ways to do it. We could have a real geological model with layers in some sort of model that you can zoom in out on different layers and different depths, but we don't have those data we found out of that the last meeting in Utrecht. So instead we're going to use the bathymetry as our 3D model and just drape our own maps onto the 3D bathymetry. And they had the same thing in the old bathymetry portal. In there, we could also add your geological layers in that. But this here, it used the same technology as the old bathymetry portal. So I think I have to go out at first, and then have to select a layer here. Going to take geomorphology and change the visibility a little bit. Go to 3D, and then we can zoom in on an area here. I have to use. Go here. we can zoom in here, and so it displays the relation between the geomorphology and the bathymetry quite well. You can see where the valleys are quite well, and also other. You can see how the geomorphology fits with the bathymetry here quite easily. So it's a pretty nice feature. Yeah. So this is the 3D viewer, and we also have possible to share the map with others. We have a share button down here. So and you could just get a copy here. You can send it to someone, and he or she will get the same map. And you can use that if, for example, have a story map or something like that. You can use this facility to get the map into your document. Yep. And yesterday, there was also a question about raster layers. And we only have one. It's for, let's see if I can find it. Yeah. This is the susceptibility map. Its own raster map. I said it didn't work yesterday, but now I checked this morning, and the thing that didn't work before, it was if you clicked on a pixel here, you got an error in the last time I looked, but now they have, I still got an error. So it worked before, I don't know. The thing you get will just get the pixel value like this. I guess I had to zoom in. So that's all information you get. But it's possible to to display your raster maps in this central portal. Yeah. And also I want to, we have in the landscape, submerged landscape session, Heather showed us some lines with how the coastline have changed through time. And maybe we could use some of the other functionality on this central portal also to show a little movie, for example, of how things are changing through time. And one of the other lots uses this functionality. For example, take this one here. And you play that little movie, you can see it'll take some time to download. Then you can see a little movie about how the distribution of this species changes. So maybe it could be also interesting for us in some cases, maybe for coastlines or for something else. Well, it's quite dark. It's not the best example. You can't see much, but there's some blue dots up there that changes when the movie is playing. It's not the best thing I've chosen here. Maybe I should take another one. Oh, sorry. So this movie here should show some more action compared to the other one. So you could have that in mind if you want to do something else with your data. Yeah. So that was about the functionality of the central portal. I don't know if anyone have any questions to that before I proceed to the other issue about boreholes and geophysics. Okay. Okay, then I'll just go on. Nope. Okay. Then I have this usual problem here. I never able to figure out how to do this. Guess this is okay.
Wait a minute. Uffe.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Uffe, just out of curiosity, what's your feeling about what the Secretariat and the people at the portal think of our deliveries from EMODNET-Geology? Are they happy?
Yeah, actually, we are one of the lots they're most happy with, because we had a technology that was, was kind of similar to their own solution in their own architecture. So it was quite easy to move our data to there, to be able to show them on their map viewer.
Great. Yeah.
So they had more problems with the other lots. But yeah, just have to proceed with this one here. I have some final remarks about the central portal. The central portal works, and the map viewer at the central portal works in that way that it uses our GeoServer for VFS, EMS, and CSV data. So it's stationated at our place at Geos. And it's only the web viewer itself that the Secretariat hosts. This is just what I've told before. In the future, they want to the things that now are on our GeoServer, they want these same things to be moved to a GeoServer at the central portal, and they also want the data that we have right now in our PostgreSQL database. They want to move those data to their own, so that the download facility will go more, will proceed more smoothly. And also, they are going to provide a tool for us, so that different lots, it's up here, are able to configure their own maps. You don't have to. If you have a new map, you don't have to ask the Secretariat to, configure your map and set it up nicely. They're going to provide a tool for us, so we can do that ourselves. Okay, so that's what was the central portal, and now we are going to say I'm going to say something about the thing we talked about this Tuesday. It's about the borehole indexes and geophysics. And first of all, I want to say the purpose with these datasets are not to be able to download data, use them for your own project. The purpose of these data are only to get an overview over where in the world do we have geophysics, where in the world do we have boreholes, and then contact the individual institutions and ask them for the data. And also, it had showed up that these data had a lot of problems. We have some problems with different spellings, text in local languages, and some of the columns are nearly empty. So, and these things just give a lot of noise to the whole data set. Also, the contact information needs improvement. Right now, it's just a URL to the institution. So you have to go to the institution's web page, and then you have to find in that place who to contact. So it would be a bit nicer if you had some kind of person or email address you could send your request to. Also, we have this problem with the central portal. When we migrated to it, we had to, as you remember, to merge the data sets. We wanted a restricted number of layers. So we combined boreholes and grab samples into one data set. And so we need some extra attributes to say this is a borehole, this is a grab sample. We had to add that new column to the data set. Another problem we have is with the geophysics. It takes a long time to see the data on our own web viewer that uses our own web viewer uses map server for the VMS service, and it doesn't perform so well with big data sets. So it's a good thing when you deliver your geophysics that you try to make the geometries more simple. You don't need every shot point on the seismic line. We just need the 2 endpoints, for example, just so that this sailing line are delineated. And the last problem is that we have not received all data yet. Yeah, Henry?
Do you have guidelines for the partners how to do that?
Yeah,
I mean, if you just tell it here, it's not enough.
Yeah, no,
you have to have
I'm
guidelines
telling
for
it.
it.
I'm going to. We also have a plan for how to reduce the columns, and in that, and how to change the guidelines.
Okay, good.
Yep. So this is how the format is specified now in a Google spreadsheet. And the whole plan is to change this spreadsheet a little bit and also add some more guidelines as you requested. And this is just to illustrate how data looks. Here we have, I took the status column of the geo borehole index. And you can see the values, and here you can see the abundance of the numbers of different values in the data set. And in this case, it doesn't say anything at all. You have, most of them have no values, and you have some null things, unknown, not applicable. And then we have something called drilling completed for some of them, but I don't think that adds so much value to the data set to know that you have a hole and it's done. So so we could consider to, remove this column. It's just noise. And here is also a lot of columns without any data. You can't see the left side here, but many of the things, even though some of them are quite interesting, for example, geotechnical info, we have 5% of the columns have data, and most of the data, when you look at it, it's not about geotechnical information, it's about how the sample has been taken. Sometimes it's a scrap sample, for example. So that's not so good either. So my plan is you have come up with a suggestion with which columns to keep and which columns to eliminate, and then send it out as a questionnaire in a Google spreadsheet, and then you will have maybe a month or so to say, I really want to keep this column. If you don't say anything, then I'm going to remove it from the data set. And this just show how the distribution is. I know that someone told me that we need some different kind of symbolization for grab samples and boreholes. I have to remember to do that. And also want to point out that some of the boreholes are on land. So I'm not able able to remove those, because I don't know. They could, of course, remove them, but I think it's up to you to say whether these boreholes are interesting or not. And also have this issue with the coastal ribbon. Maybe some of the boreholes on land are interesting if they're inside the coastal ribbon. I don't know. But definitely some of the boreholes should be removed. And also we have to, when we have what do you call it? Removed some of the columns. We also have to look into some of the code lists to make them more harmonized. And we also have, I guess, have to rename some of the columns. For example, you have something called drilling method. If you have a grab sample, it's not relevant to say drill method. Just confuse people. And also want to say something about two other columns. We have something called metadata URI, and it's you can see this on this page here. It's the ECDI metadata system, and my suggestion is to improve the contact information. You need to get the data. I suggest that you send for your data set, you send your contact info to me. For each data set, if you're Italy, you just send your contact information to me, and I will make a new record in the metadata system that says boreholes from Italy, and then down here on this contact info section here, I will write your email address and so on. And also think we could use the ECDI metadata for other parts in other data sets as well. For example, we had this thing yesterday with seabed substrates. Well, there was a wish to add information about how the data was produced, supervised, unsupervised, and so on. And maybe in this case, you could also use the metadata system. For example, here we have a thing called lineage, and it explains if it was filled out how the data are produced. So in that case, for example, if you have a substrate, you can just have one column saying metadata URI, and then this is going to point to this record here, and here you can write your contact information and your lineage and all kinds of other stuff that are related to metadata. But for now, I'm going to write that in the guideline as well, that you can send your contact information to me, and I will take care of the update of the column in the borehole and the geophysics dataset. I don't know how much time do I have. Oh. Okay, I'll just go on. Geophysics, I told you before, this is from our own portal. It has some problems with performance. We don't have those problems on the central portal, but there we have some problems with the filtering of data. We don't have the possibility to do free text searching. Ask for it, but I guess this is also one of the things that were going to be improved in this soft launch period. This is the data set about geophysics. Bjarne has already removed some of the columns because they didn't contain any data. So but I would like to add some more columns. Those are the green ones down here, because we have, according to the tender, we're going to deliver seismic data. We're going to deliver multi-beam data,
And right now it's not possible or very easy in the dataset to see what is what. You have to look into the discipline or discovery parameters or anything else or instrument type to figure out whether this is a multi-beam. So this is not good for if you're going to filter data. So we need another column for multi-beam and one additional column for seismic. Bartel, you also told me that you already have delivered multi-beam data to the bathymetry lot. So we also have to look into that to see how does we overlap with the other lots in this case here. So we don't duplicate things unnecessarily. Yep, this is the last slide. I've been looking through the tender to see what we were supposed to deliver at the end of this phase. It says something about story maps. I don't know if I want to ask you if you have any idea for a story map that we could, or no article that we could lift up to be a story map.
Do you have any good ideas?
It could be just if you have an old article that you want to, transform into a story maps with more pictures and map insights and so on. Just let me know if you have any ideas. Also, we have promised to make a 3D viewer. We're going to use the 3D facility at the central portal. We also promised to make a dynamic legend, but this is not relevant anymore because now we are going to the central portal map viewer, so it's up to them to implement it. Then we have promised that the user should be able to turn on and off layers of different scale and granularity. And we have this problem in central portal that we have, merged data layers with different scales into one data set. So we have to have a filtering column called scale. And this has to be checked to see on all the layers in the central portal if this is done properly. I have done some checking myself, but you're also welcome to check out to see if it works as it should. Then we have some on the structure of borehole and geophysics that I just talked about. And we have to make some documents that show the relationship between national and EMODNET-inspired standards. I don't know what it's about, actually, so it's something we have to look into. And then, of course, the last point is just a general thing BP9 has to do, You send the data to us, and we try to put them on the portal. So this is going to continue until the end of this phase. So that's all from now. So I don't know if any questions.
Okay, thank you, Uffe. I guess I'm almost sure that there are comments or questions on these slides. Sitze.
Yeah, just a quick comment on story maps. When we wrote a text for our proposal, we were just thinking about some attractive ways to explain some of the products that we put out.
Yeah.
Our products, many of our products are very nice, but they only come with a text, often a short text that comes from our public release, in which we've briefly explain what we've made and why it is relevant. But I know from my involvement in the EMODNET hackathon that for a non-specialist, for an outsider, it's still very difficult to intuitively find what we put out there, but even more important, to understand how we got there, why it is so difficult to make what we make, and what you can use it for. So I would like to emphasize that it's important for us to make some explanatory documents on how we work and what we put out. And a great form is a story map. Well, right now it's just an idea. But I think we should come up with a practical way of getting some people, perhaps as volunteers, to work out, perhaps just starting with one. One story map, for example. Well, I don't want to. Let's not even talk about a work package, but we need something that's fairly mature and from which we can envision that we can use a story map to tell a nice story, and then we can say something about scale. We can say something about the granularity of the legend. We can say something about how you go from sort of how we harmonize. So there's different elements that you can then explain. And if we have a group of perhaps 5 or 6 people that would commit to this, and we would be able to talk about that during the next meeting, I think that would be that'd be a wonderful thing to do. And once we have one, especially if we would be the first one, it's much easier to come up with a second one or a third one. We could see it as kind of a case study.
Thank you, Sitze. Vera?
Thank you. No, actually, Lars made one for the Belgian data. Maybe he can show what he did during a break or something.
Yeah, but it's maybe not really a story map. It's actually more like a report that I translated just to the Arcus online story maps, just to make it easier for the Belgian deliveries to keep on track. So actually it's not really a story map, but more like a succession of all the products that we made, and also an easy way to have access on all the data that we have, and that we can dive into the metadata. So yeah, I can show it after the break maybe, or yeah, for sure.
So that would be interesting to see. You can put that on and we can discuss here. Irene.
Okay, hello. Another idea would be to show the projects of an area that will have many data from various work packages, so that people can see in this selected area, let's say one of the thing that we have data from all the work packages. Oops. Okay, so this could be a story map. It's used worldwide like this. It's just a mic.
That was that mic. We have one more left. Okay, thank you, Irene. Any comments?
Okay, so maybe I can make it much more.
Oh, thank you. Chuck, 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 box.
Geology from Belgium, because I just started to put the the general YouTube movie that is about the 10 years of EMODNET. Okay. I don't know anything about mics. So, and then I just make a small prologue about what EMODNET-Geology is standing for. So just what we are doing. And then I just subdivided everything within the seabed substrate into the work package. Like the first one is the work package 3 seabed substrate. So I just make a small description on what we're doing. So first of all, what kind of data that we need or that we're using. Second of all, the harmonization process. And then afterwards, a small figure about our methodology that I just took from the paper of Anu. And then, of course, eventually the data product will come. Just an example of the Belgian part. So it's actually a slide bar map, where now you can see the 1 to 1 million map of Belgium. And just if you slide to the left, then it goes to the 1 to 250,000 scale map. And it's quite nice because when you click on the map itself, then the metadata is coming. And I actually uniformed and standardized everything for each work package by the same metadata. So now every work package has its own guidelines, its own harmonization stuff. But what I did was I just make new shapefiles, and I did all the shapefiles with the same attribute table, the same naming, so that it's much more easier for us to follow what we're delivered and also what we're doing. So I did that for every work package actually. Maybe something else to see is like, for instance, here. This is our pre-quaternary map. Then if you go to the right, you get our quaternary map. Then on top of that, we have our geomorphology. And then, of course, the faults and the actual states, or the faults with the D in Belgium. And so I can go on. A comparison, for instance, between the LIDAR data and our literature data about the erosion and sedimentation near the coast of Belgium. If I can go to the right, yeah, like this. So yeah, it's actually a lot of things for each work package. I have a map, and of course, it's quite easy to see about to find the data about Belgium and about the metadata. So yeah, that's actually what I've done for us, just to make it simple for our deliveries actually. So it's actually not so much work, but yeah, you just keep starting with it and you keep on going. So yeah, that was it. Thanks.
That looks great, really. I just wonder how much time you have used for that.
Well,
really, that's impressive. Nice. Yeah. So yeah, something like that would be really great for our different work packages to.
Yeah, but this is still a very simple story map. Actually, you can go much more in much more complicated things. So yeah, I think when you're reaching out for a story map, I think it must be much nicer than this. This is just a succession of all our work package. So yeah.
Great. Comments?
Well, I think this is great, and even just as a national example, it can already be used as a as a generic example for all of us. So even without doing any extra work, if we could put this out, it's nice for the Belgians to know, but it's also nice for our EMODNET user community to know. So if we have time to build on this and expand it a little bit, that would be wonderful. But if we don't, and we can just put this out, and perhaps with a few other people think of some, some issues that that you might have not thought about or forgotten, then it's great. I think this should be part of our portal output.
It's also
I definitely agree. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but it's also actually a way to check your data, how that you see it, how to visualize it, and then to compare it with the EMODNET-Geology data portal or the central portal. And it's an easy way to see if there are some mistakes, or that you can actually make your own map, and that you can tell how you see it, that you want to visualize your data actually. So that was also one of the reasons, because sometimes it's easier for you to make a map of your own data than if it's done by the work package leaders, because they have so much data, and so they don't have always the time to visualize everything right. So yeah.
Okay, so my question is it possible for us to link to that from our portal?
Currently not, because it's on private. Currently not, because it's on a private, but I can make it public, but we have to check everything first, so then it's possible, of course, yeah.
Of course. Yeah, but anyway, I think this is great, and I think we should some way try to get to something like this. Okay, Bart.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, we should also perhaps test how these things scale on mobile platforms. If you want to reach a bigger audience, then maybe the ArcGIS online story map solution might be easier than the central portal to reach a bigger audience.
Yeah, normally.
But it's difficult. I mean, maps on mobile platform are
but
difficult.
I think normally when you make it on ArcGIS Online, they have both. It's also compatible with mobile phones, I thought. So you can make it online on your computer, but normally when you have to see it on an app, or an application of ArcGIS, normally it should be also quite good. But I didn't test it yet. So, but normally it has to be compatible. So yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now it should work. Yes, Christine.
Well, Uffe, I quite like the idea of the story maps, and excellent that you already started to do with that compilation. I think perhaps each work package leader, each work package can really think about it. What kind of story you can tell from, let's say, your favorite topic within your work package, and see if this is feasible. I mean, as you already said, Henry, this is a lot of work, what Lars did. So I know that also in BGR, our apprentices do something like this, very nicely styled, and I also know that there's also a lot of work behind it. But perhaps we can think about a sort of matrix, so that not everybody has to start from scratch, but we have a sort of a frame where we can include our stories. And it's definitely, I think it's to do for the work package leaders. And so I support the idea from Sitze that there should be a small group thinking about it, and also how to facilitate for each of us who could be working on it to sell our data and to better advertise our data, even better advertise our data to the general public. So, good thing. Lars, how long did it take you to put this together?
Actually, I don't know, because I do it together when I'm compilating the data products for each work package. Then I just write down what the harmonization process is, what I did, and I just put it in a report as well as just on the ArcGIS story map, because for me it's not really a story map, it's more like a report that I just put on a story map. So that's why it's not so like the fantastic examples of the real story map. So it just for me it's more like a report that I put online. Yeah, on a nice way then. Okay. So I don't know how long. Yeah, because I do it together with making the shape files and making the report. So yeah.
Okay. Great. Because all the work package leaders are members in the steering group of EMODNET-Geology, we could have a steering group meeting within a few weeks from now, and then we could discuss this and go further on these ideas, and then we could have something ready for the spring meeting when we can come out with it for the partners and see how it has evolved and what we should do before the end of this phase of the project. What do you think about that?
Good idea.
Okay, so I will do a steering group meeting just for this purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. We are almost done with this hour, and if there aren't any more questions on the work package 9 and these issues, and I don't see any hands raised, so I thank Uffe very much for this. Thank you, and we can give you applause. Thank you, Lars, also. So, in that case, we will continue with, it's 10 o'clock, so we continue with work package 10. Because it takes a couple of minutes before I have there's no computer here. And I use my own. We are in the wrong slide. There we are. So this is work package 10, dissemination. And but before I tell you about the dissemination of this phase of EMODNET-Geology, I have some good news for you. Our interim report was now finally accepted yesterday, and the payment of 1,210,000 euros is yesterday paid to my account, oh no, sorry, to GTK account. And we will start payments to partners immediately when when the money is on GTK account. So I think you can be happy about that we managed to fulfill the first year so that we got the money, and I hope we can do the same in the second year so that we get some nice money also 1 year from now. Actually quite early we got this payment. We actually this time, I have to say, we got a request on some additions to the report, but those were, I know I sent you this request on data input during the first year and the second year, and I collected everything and counted out that we had got something like 415,000 square kilometers new or updated data on our data products, and during the second year maybe up to 1 million or 1.2 million new or updated data, which of course sounds a lot. It's around 7% of all EMODNET-C areas, but we have to remember that many of these products are from same areas, so they don't add to the aerial coverage. But anyway, Cinea was very happy with the addition which I sent to them, and immediately about 2 days after I sent the message, I got the message from Carlos, who is our project officer at Cinea, and he said that's great, and after that he started the procedure of having Vincent Favrel signing this official paper, which I got yesterday. So things are going quite good as far as I see it. Then let's go to the dissemination. So just to remind you that the objective is obviously to ensure widespread open access dissemination and two-way communication of the activities and outcomes achieved within the project, and increase stakeholder and public awareness of project activities and results, which is obviously important. Highlight the benefits that the project will bring to target groups across the European Union and beyond, now when we are working in many areas. For example, through the European Atlas of the Sea, where they have, I think, almost all our products are there. And monitor the EMODNET-Geology branding of project output. Branding, that's important to remember. And expected outcome is visible and successful scientific and public outreach using traditional new platforms. And third-party adoption of EMODNET principles and standards. And this is what we have been talking about. We are the global trendsetters, as I said yesterday, and EMODNET standards, we hope that we will have them adopted around the globe. So yes, dissemination, that goes, of course, straight out from us, but also very much through the Secretariat. After Utrecht meeting, the new annual report was released. It was published in June by the Secretariat, and there are just a few screenshots from there. And news from the different work packages, of course, they have been released here during a meeting, and you have seen them here. Then about EMODNET News Digest, remember I have asked you to take part in this. It's a monthly news digest that is released by the Secretariat, is promoted by Twitter, LinkedIn, and European Commission's Maritime Forum. So it has great visibility, and I recommend to submit news to the News Digest. I haven't got any, so please, somebody, sometime, do that. And I have promised to send out the request on material for each News Digest to the whole consortium, and I have done that. The latest request on input was, I think I got it on Tuesday when we were here. And so in case you have something interesting, please submit to me so that I can forward it to the Secretariat. You can, of course, send it straight to the Secretariat, but please, in that case, put me in CC, because otherwise I don't know what has been done, and then I can't report it in our reports. So the input is now requested by 18th of November by closure of business at the latest. And there's also mentioned that you should include EMODNET newsletter input in the subject of your email. And I will send out the email to you so you get the template, which should be filled in case you have something. And we really need some more visibility in this forum, because we haven't had anything there, and there are other lots that are sending news there all the time. So I really would like to see that somebody finds out some nice things to put on the News Digest so that we get something there. I'm sure that quite soon the CINEA or even DG Mare will start asking where our input to the News Digest is. So that's quite important, actually. And here are just screenshots from the last News Digest that came out in September. I'm not sure, maybe the October has, of course, it must have been released, but I produced this slide already earlier. So there's from EMODNET Human Activities, and that's just to announce that they joined second workshop on something. EMODNET Chemistry published recommendation for ocean acidification. Difficult word. Data management. Seabed habitats modeled map collection was advertised, and biology creates R packages for EMODNET web services. So it can be kind of almost anything. So I'm sure we can find out something to please think about. And at the same time, I like to remind you on use cases or user testimonials. That's something that DG Mare is asking for all the time. So if you have some good use cases where third parties have used EMODNET data, let's say, for example, renewable energy sector, offshore renewable energy, if there is some company that has used your data in the pilot study of some area where they are now kind of already building something, that would be great, because that would be exactly that kind of use case that we would need. But there are many others, of course, too, that wherever it might be, for example, of environment impact assessment, where for example, our substrate data has been used for the report, and many other ideas. So some nice use cases, or why not user testimonials if somebody is very, very happy about our data. Just ask them to write a nice letter, and we can publish that, or so on. Yes. And yes, here was the Gara story, which was mentioned by Xavier yesterday. And Uffe was the one who took this up. It was mentioned in our last report, but we haven't put it on the portal yet, have we? No. No. So it should be. Actually, somebody from Secretariat already asked about it. So that would be a good test how it should be done. Then that's about use cases. Then let's go to outreach and communication activities. You can't read anything from that. I understand that very well. This is from our interim report, the communication assets, and there were not so many, but it's of course understandable that during the pandemic people didn't perhaps attend so many meetings, and also many other kind of activities on outreach and communication were a little bit run down for a while. But I guess that we will come up with something more in the future. Then dissemination by our lot. Here's the book now. The book that we have been waiting for some time. Edited by Christine and a couple of guys, one Japanese guy and then one coordinator. Yeah, Hiroshi Kitasato and me. So it's not open yet. Perhaps you could actually open it, so you can start it. Yeah, you can if you need. Careful so that you don't cut it in pieces. Yeah, so this is now out, and we are really happy. We had to go with Christine out yesterday to have a glass of wine. I think there were 5 finally. But it was really nice to sit and discuss the whole process. I think Christine said that now when she has experienced this, she would like to do it again, but when she is retired, because when you are not retired, you don't have the time to really concentrate on this, because that comes on top of everything else that you are doing. But thanks a lot to all of you who have been taking part in this project. There are a lot of different papers. Here's a list. You might see what is written there. But you can also check in the book when it comes to you now. And really, that was really great to get that from this project, I would say. And once again, thank you to all. I think we could give a little applause at those who has worked with the paper. So that was a great thing, really. I never thought that I would be on the front page of a book, and that was just thanks to Christine. I was not very happy when she asked me to start with that, and I was kind of, as I said yesterday, pitkin hampain. What's the best translation for that? Means that you are not very keen on doing it. But and I didn't actually do very much. I have to say that Christine and Hiroshi did much more than me. But really, it was great to get that produced. Then not to forget the book that is edited by Cherit, who is not here, but she's perhaps there in the other end on the other side of the screen. And this is still open for input, so if you can still submit to this book. And also thank to those who have written articles to this book. Thank you very much. Also, applause for them also. Thank you. Yes, so I think really we have done a lot on the scientific side of dissemination, definitely. Then I will jump over to presentations that people have had in different occasions. People have attended many different meetings, mostly remotely, I understand, but some meetings also on site. So there's, I think this was in chronological order actually, and this is for the past year, not since Utrecht. So there's the Baltic Sea Science Congress, which was in end of 2021, and there was the EMSAG meeting, which Xavier attended, and there was the IODE, first IODE conference where Susanna had a general presentation on EMODNET-Geology. That was in February. Then there were the Finnmari Researcher Days 2022. That was, I can't remember exactly the date. It was in March perhaps, or end of February, something like that. Then in May there was the 35th Nordic Geological Winter Meeting where I had a presentation on EMODNET-Geology, and also we had at least Reidulf attending that meeting. Was there somebody else from here? Annette, of course. Yep. And EGU, there was something, I can't remember who attended that. GeoHub 2022, there we had at least Arno and Andrea and perhaps some other of the Italians here. And yeah, this was actually just, well, 2 weeks ago in Brussels. That was the Eurogeo Survey's 50th anniversary conference, where I had a poster, thanks to Irene, who originally produced the template, which we have changed quite a few times. And talking about that, we discussed this in Brussels with Sytse. Sytse also attended this meeting, and Vera. Yeah, you didn't attend the conference, but the dinner before that, Vera, because you went out to sea. Otherwise, you would have been there. Yeah, and thanks to you for printing out the poster. So yes, we were thinking about that it might be a good idea to have a general roll-up on EMODNET-Geology. A little bit perhaps similar to the poster that we have, but which is such general so that it doesn't get old in 1 year, so that it's more like information on what we do, and that would be great, because then you could take it to any events where you go and just put it up there, and that would be quite nice. So I thought that we could think about how to do that and perhaps produce one. It's mainly a little bit of work to get it nicely designed, and then it's just printing and that's it. So I think we could look at it a little bit at GTK and try to figure out how to do it. That's what I have thought about that. So then, yeah, here we are. There's a poster. I understand that you don't see very much of the poster, but you can see all the EMODNET people there. Then a little bit about future events. Okay, yes, this is quite funny. Up there in the right top corner on the screen here you can see AGU fall meeting, but there's just a white box, so it doesn't show out at all. But this is faded because of the reason that deadline for submission of abstracts to AGU has passed already. But there are some others. There's the second International Ocean Data Conference, the same as the IOD, which Susanna participated in last February. So I'm not sure if the registration for that is open yet. It should be released quite soon. The conference will be in March 20th and 21st of March in Paris at the UNESCO headquarters. And it's back-to-back with the IODE 27th session of the IOC Committee on International Oceanographic Data and Information Exchange. That was a long sentence. And that will continue. That will be after the data conference. And for the first time ever, EMODNET-Geology has got an invitation to this session. And I have to say, I don't know anything about what that means. But we have got the invitation and we can take 2 persons there, and so the coordination will go there. Anu will participate with me in this session, and after that session we can tell you what it was about. But it's nice that they recognized EMODNET-Geology as a data producer in oceanic science, and that way I think it's really great that we can participate and show that we are also part of the large community with oceanographic research, and therefore I think it's really important that we also participate in it to show up there. Then there will be the EGU in Vienna again in late April as usual. And I have written down here that there were some plans to organize a joint EMODNET-Geology marine geology, Eurogeosaurus marine geology expert group session, a joint session, but that option was closed on 19th of September. We weren't out with that in good time. Now there's only town hall meetings available, and that's open for submission from mid-November to something like mid-January. But then I realized that Christine yesterday announced a session on mapping. What was it?
Extreme environments.
Okay, sorry, you can.
Yeah, the session that was submitted is called Extreme Environments, Mapping in Extreme Environments, and it includes ocean mapping, offshore mapping, desert mapping, quaternary mapping, and interesting enough, planetary mapping, because the methods are similar. So I think this would be something nice for us to submit papers to that one. If it's going to be accepted, there is not no okay yet. Yeah.
Okay, that's a good point. Yes, we are always working in very extreme conditions. Like yesterday, we were very extremely in restaurant yesterday night. So I still feel it. So yes, but that's a good point. Yes, so we could think about it a little bit. That could be one possibility, but also maybe we could have also the town hall meeting. That doesn't exclude the other one. So maybe this is something that I would like Sytse to comment on. I know you are very busy now with something you are writing there, but are you still interested in a joint session at the EGU town hall meeting, or should we just forget it and then those who want can try to participate in the session which Christine here mentioned?
Which joint session would that be? What exactly the?
You were the one who sent me the email. You sent me an email that should we have a joint session between EMODNET-Geology and Eurogeosurveys expert group.
Yeah, that's now I remember. But that's a great idea. Would be. I think it's a good idea. Sure, if there's still time, then perhaps we can talk about it in the next few days. Okay. To give it some. What is it? Arms and legs.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because as I said, those two doesn't exclude each other from. So we can also send in submit for the town hall meeting. So, but we can discuss that in the near future how to do with that. Then I have two more. Meetings here. There's the Baltic Sea Science Congress, but Arno just told me that this has changed to 1 week earlier. Was it so? Yes. So that was the original dates, but it has changed. The first circular is not out yet, I think. Okay. Okay, yeah. But we can follow that. And then, of course, we have the GeoHub 2023, which is on Reunion, and that's definitely something that is interesting, I can believe. So if somebody is thinking about that, I know that I have heard already that there are some delegates here who are planning to go to Reunion. It would be nice to also mention EMODNET there. So then I have a question. I might have forgotten some important meeting. So take a look at your calendars and tell us now if there are some meetings that were not included in my presentation here.
You mean past meetings or?
No, future meetings that we could go to and advertise EMODNET-Geology. Sytse has something.
Yeah, the day before yesterday, I got an invitation from one of the people at the Dutch research organization, asking me to organize a session on, let me just check, transnational and interdisciplinary mapping of the North Sea. It's March 23rd and 24th, 2023 in Utrecht. And I gave him the idea because I thought it would be a good moment to get together with people from other EMODNET lots. And it's much easier to organize that on a regional basis than doing that on a pan-European scale. Obviously, in the end, we would like to do that. But so for those of you involved in North Sea mapping, if you're interested and in participating physically, but also in just contributing as sort of a group of geologists, let me know. I promised the people there that I would gauge interest first before committing, but I would like to do it. So just as an overall message. A second thing is that together with the other expert group chairs of Euro Surveys, we wrote a paper in the Journal for the European Federation of Geologists, in which I really highlighted all the work we do in EMODNET in support of the blue economy and the Green Deal. So I will send this paper around. It's a fairly brief section, but I think I've covered most of what we've been doing, highlighting why it is so important and who can use this type of information.
Okay, thank you. So that was good information. So please keep partners who are involved in that regional area informed about that, and thank you for that article that you put in this paper. Christine.
I have another one where the EMODNET, where we could contribute to, because the INQUA, the International Quaternary Union, is meeting in Roma next year. They meet every 4 years. Francesco Chiocchi, who you know well, is also involved in the organization, and there is a session about quaternary mapping, anything, and this includes marine geology as well. So until end of November, there is a deadline for the abstract. There is still time to submit your abstract for it, and I think it's a nice opportunity because mapping the marine environment is definitely often the quaternary, and this can be submitted for the INQUA.
That's very good point. Thank you, Christine. That was good. I wasn't aware, or actually I knew about it, but I had forgotten because I knew that Francesco is working on it. So yes, that's a good point. So that's also something that you could think about. I don't see any other raised hands. There was quite a lot already, but here.
Okay, first Christina overtook me with the INQUA conference. So, okay, but there's also International Association of Sedimentologists conference in Dubrovnik in June 12th to 16th, 2023. So that's quite a big conference, and it's very recommended to join it. Yep. And you're also invited to geological conference in Croatia, national conference, which will take time in autumn in 2023. So you're all welcome to join us.
Thank you very much. That was also very good information. Anything else? Oh yes, Pedro.
Well, this is not about the outreach. Well, it is, but it's about the news digest. You said you asked for contributions, but all the examples I saw there were general, not about national.
No, it can be national also.
But all those examples were about the port, each portal.
Like that. They can
so,
also be national, yes.
So you'll send us the template, and we will contribute to you, and you will.
Yes.
Okay.
I will send it out immediately after. I will send out the template or the mail with the template immediately after this meeting, but I didn't have the time to do it yet. Or actually, I wanted to announce it here first and then send the email to you so that you remember this is something you have to take a look at. That was the purpose. I don't see any other hands here. Then we are coming closer to the end of this presentation. Just questions, new products or updates during the next 6 months. I think I heard something here during the presentations, but I can't remember anything anymore after yesterday night. But anyway, you know the work package leaders, you know the system that you have to go through UFE, and then it will go into the system. Then, yes, once again, I want to remind you of the dissemination activities. So when you have any kind of dissemination, please send me an email with what you have been doing, and I will put those in the quarterly report, and then finally in the final report. That interim report is unnecessary there because I have already sent it. So, but to the final report anyway. Then that was it. And since work package 10 started at 10 o'clock, then work package 11 will start at 11 o'clock. So let's have a break. I think there is coffee out there. Thank you. in the end of my last presentation. So this is the short presentation every time. Next time I will probably just leave it out. No, that was a joke. So yes, collaboration. We are of course asked to collaborate with different parties. So this is once again from our technical tender. Input here is that the project coordinator and project members, as required, will share and highlight the consortium's data, information, knowledge, and expertise with the coordinators of the EMODNET lots, the other lots. The EMODNET data ingestion project, if necessary, it should actually be the other way around. We should get data from there. The European Commission, mainly DG Mare, but also other DGs, regional sea conventions, other related groups or projects, and then there's a long list, Seabed 2030, sea basin checkpoints. I don't know if they exist anymore, actually. I don't think there is any seabed checkpoint. So that should be erased. EGDI, ERANET, NAGCOAST, European Atlas of the Seas, European Marine Strategy Framework Directive, EEA, Sport Assessment, Copernicus, Sea DataNet, Fisheries Data Collection Regulation, UN Global Assessment of the Marine Environment, and so on. To develop a collaborative approach to multidisciplinary working in the European regional seas as well as the North Atlantic, according to the Galway Statement on Atlantic Cooperation. And talking about the regional sea conventions, one main goal for all EMODNET thematic lots will be meetings between the lots and the regional sea conventions. These were suspended in 2016, I guess. It might have been 2015. They were running for a few years, but then for some reason they were suspended. But now all EMODNET thematic lots have agreed to reactivate this forum. When is still a question mark, but it was discussed during the last EMODNET steering committee meeting. Do you, Anu, recall if there were any dates for this? Okay, because I know it was discussed a couple of times during the meeting. But anyway, we have to see. That might go to 2024, I guess, with this time schedule. But anyway, we will look at that. It's quite clear after 10 years of trying to be involved with the regional sea conventions, and I have done it now for 5 years or something like that, that they are not very keen on geology. Then on the other hand, when I sent messages there that I would be happy to come to their main office and introduce EMODNET-Geology to them, I have later on heard that all the other lots have done that too, and I think that in the Regional Sea Convention's office they look, oh, there's one EMODNET again, we are not interested, and they will just throw those letters away. So, but this is something that is written in the technical tender, so we have to work on it some way or another. But it's quite nice that way that earlier they always asked us what we have done, but now we have managed to throw the ball to the EMODNET Secretariat, and they have to kind of try to coordinate this together with the thematic lots. Then we are actively communicating with other EMODNET lots, especially the seabed habitats, obviously, as well as the bathymetry lot and the EMODNET data ingestion project. And many of you, or at least some of you, as partners, have been also partners in some of these lots or in data ingestion project. During this phase, we are collaborating with the ASGME, which already was mentioned here earlier. That's the Ibero-American Association of Geological Surveys, and that's, as I and Teresa, we mentioned that it's because we would like to get some help through the organization to get some data from the Caribbean Sea. Then we are cooperating, and we have agreed to cooperate with the Geological Service for Europe, and that's I think going to be quite active. Then there is quite interesting issue that we were asked by Helen Lillis from the Seabed Habitats lot if we could assist the Seabed Habitats lot in compiling a dataset of vulnerable marine ecosystem elements for ICES working group on marine habitat mapping. And because some of these elements are geomorphological features, and here's a list of these elements. I don't know if these are all of them, but these at least are included. That's seamounts, banks, coral mounds, cold seeps, hydrothermal vents, and mud volcanoes. And this information will be used to inform the North Atlantic Fisheries Organization about possible areas to close to fishing activity. So it's quite important issue. The seabed habitat lot is already now reporting this, but they knew that they didn't have any chance to get us involved yet so fast. But for us, this activity will start next year, and then when we are asked for the assistance here, we have to incorporate at least work packages 3, 4, and 6. I'm not sure if there might be some others. Anyway, that will be an activity next year. And this is, I think, quite nice that we get this collaboration with the ICES, so that it shows that we are important in some way for the society. So that's quite a nice issue. Then we have something called EMODNET for Ocean Decade Group. And I know that some of you are members in this group. Xavier, would you like to say a few words about this? Is there somebody else who wants to say something? I can give you the mic. I can't hear anything if you're not speaking in the mic. Would you like somebody else to report? Anu? Okay. Okay, Anu can do it. Okay, good.
Because I got the minutes from the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but it was mainly, yeah. Yes, we had a first meeting of the just a minute. EMODNET for the Ocean Decade Coordination Group. I have a minute from that meeting, so I'm just gonna go through those. And there were several partners, I think, from this group as well. I was there, and Vera, were you didn't? Yeah, yeah. But Xavier was there, and I think Elnur attended as well. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I remember yourself. Yeah. And also the other lots were there, and it was mainly about introductory tour. We all introduced ourselves and discussed about topics and the aims. And the main objectives of the EMODNET for the Ocean Decade Coordination Group are contribute and propose developments towards a fit-for-purpose EMODNET to maximize contribution and added value to UN Ocean Decade, and discuss common challenges and opportunities for EMODNET presented by the participation in the UN Ocean Decade, provide advice on gaps and actions to be undertaken, exchange information on the number, nature, and types of involvements of EMODNET in the UN Ocean Decade actions, programs, and initiatives, streamline the interaction between EMODNET partners, and share expertise and knowledge, develop long-term strategy for further involvement and strengthening of the Ocean Decade mission, and in particular the data component, and provide advice to DG Mare, the EMODNET Steering Committee, the Ocean Decade Advisory Board, etc. And develop a communication plan and align messaging and communication, consider creating a dedicated section on the EMODNET website. And the expert group, or the coordination group, is composed of one chair that consists of a member of the EMODNET Secretariat, or DG Mare. And we also have two chairs consisting of members of the EMODNET partnership. And during this meeting, it was decided that Dick Sharp is one of the co-chairs, and the other one is Lennart Dubergheim from FLITS. So we have two coordinators from the EMODNET partnership. And then we also have this core group of animators consisting of members of the EMODNET partnership. But I think that was mainly the kick-off meeting for the work. And those were the main decisions. Does anyone have, Xavier, do you have something to add?
No, I think that summarizes. It was really a kick-off meeting.
Yeah.
And it was the introduction of the strategy, maybe also the terms of reference were agreed, and also an initial sort of document scoping strategy for the future. Yeah, and then probably there will be a scheduled next meeting where the strategy will be discussed of what's going to happen, the milestones of this committee interacting with the Ocean Decade. But it was basically an introductory meeting, a kickoff meeting.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hello. Yeah, now it works. Okay, thank you. Thank you for this information. So we know that it was kind of a kickoff meeting, and the real work will start later on, and we hope to get some report. Did you already agree upon some meeting? Next meeting, okay.
Bad mic. Don't throw the mics on the floor.
No. But yeah. Anyway, yes. So that's about what I had to say on this work package. And now, Christine, do you think that you could show now those 3 slides, whatever you had? Because we are a little bit early for the next. I will try to find a. Do you want to scan and fix Kingston? Okay. You can take the mic meanwhile, yes.
Meanwhile, I take the mic. Yeah.
Maybe we should put it on presentation.
True.
Okay.
Well, this is on behalf of Jenny Valerius from the BSH in Hamburg. Most of you will know her. She has been to the meeting in, when was it? I think in Albania she was there. Yeah, she was there in Albania, and she's the one who normally provides data for work package 3. She can't be here, but she wanted to show us that they have new data and that soon new data are to be expected. But I had to promise her that I only show those data, but that we don't distribute those slides because it's very, very new and not published. But never mind, let's have a look at this.
That means that you who are behind the screen, don't take a screenshot of this.
That's true, yeah. They have new data for the North Sea, very, very fresh from this year. They had a high-resolution mapping with side-scan sonars and ground truthing with some soil sampling and underwater videos, and the whole thing in the resolution 1 to 10,000, which I find pretty impressive. And, well, as you can see, what was being mapped there, we have some nature conservation areas in the Wadden Sea, which you probably know anyway. But there are new data. I will show you the legend soon. And I think this is especially interesting for Anu, for work package 3, that soon there are data to be expected. And I will show you her later. I will show you the letter she sent in a minute. So next slide, she sent also new mapping in the Baltic Sea happens with the same method, side scars, sonars, and ground truthing with some soil sampling and underwater videos. Please don't ask me about details. This is what she wrote me, but I think it's really definitely worthwhile showing, and perhaps Anu knows best and can see quite well that especially here in the region close to Poland, there has been quite some deep detailed new mapping. What Jenny said, that they also have been writing a mapping guide over the years in the project, which they have used to map. There is a link. I can send it around. I can also show you the guide because I had a look into it. It's pretty impressive. And it's not only in German, it's also in English. So I think this is quite usable also for this community. About the schedule, you see that she said that if there is no earlier deadline, well, which I don't comment on, I will get to work to transfer the sediment classes to the EMODNET classifications first and second quarter 2020 next year. Anu, will this be enough for you, or because well, obviously she can't do it now. So January, okay. I will tell her. Yeah, yeah. She has it. I sent to her. They are still working on adapting the map symbology so that the sediment classes, some of them are very complex, can also be represented as WMS. And this is her priority at the moment. If the deadline is earlier, I will schedule the preparation for EMODNET earlier. So this is quite a nice thing. And I think you and Jenny should get into contact about it. I will tell her that I showed her slides and that the deadline is actually January, but that probably there is some negotiation possible. So, and well, these are the attributes, sediment types that have been mapped: coarse sediment, mixed sediment, sand, fine sediment, like sediments with stone, and peat. And I think, as she knows, we have a different classification in work package 3. She can adapt it to what you are needing, Anu, in there, because she already did this earlier. Well, last slide I have. This is what I put together from the website from BSH. This is the guideline for seafloor mapping in the German marine waters using high-resolution scans, sonars. You can download it free of charge. It's English, and I think it's worthwhile looking at it. I found it pretty impressive. So thank you.
Thank you, Christine. This was good information. And I've seen this guide. It's really good. I can assure. Okay, thank you, Christine. So then we have just one work package left, and that's the thing called Project Analysis and Sustainability. Uffe Larsen is also co-author of this. He didn't even know what it is about, but you get some credits here anyway. Yeah. So this is from our technical tender. The project coordinator and partners will assess the lessons learned during the project. Input will be required from senior management at each of the participating organizations to implement a plan to sustain the project objectives and products beyond the 24 months period of EMODNET-Geology project. These are linked to the EGDI project. Okay, yes, so that's maybe that issue. Objective is to analyze each phase of the project and to provide a report on the lessons learned. And there should be included an analysis of the main barriers to the provision of data by data holders, including any scientific, institutional, legal, commercial, information technology, and financial barriers. A plan for overcoming these barriers will be set out, but as it's written here in bold, in fact, we don't have problems with provision of data since we are the main data providers. Mainly the only problems are in the remote areas now, the Caspian Sea and the Caribbean Sea. But in fact, this work package is scheduled for months 22 to 24. And so at this moment we just have the chance to discuss and record important issues of concern, which will be collected by month 21, that's June, because month 22, which is in our Gantt chart, put on for this is main holiday month, as is also month 23. So we will come back to that later on. And to ensure the sustainability of the EMODNET-Geology project, we need EGDI also in the future. Then could call it an idea box for new topics to provide SINEA with ideas. So I'll just remind you that with each yearly report, which is the interim report or the final report, we have a possibility to submit recommendations to SINEA on new topics to include in the next phase of EMODNET, which will come out with the next call. And the next chance is in September 2023 with the final report. And here. It shows that if we have good ideas to Sinea, we might get money for our project if we have good ideas. Then it's completely another thing if there will be a new call. I don't know if I should speculate on it at all, but I am checking the European Commission or actually Sinea website weekly, and still no signs of any new call. But on the other hand, every lot in this round of EMODNET in this phase, they have a chance of option of renewal of the contract for 2 more years with the same conditions. And just to remind you that bathymetry, their contract will be finished in December, and I haven't seen any call out for them at least. So, well, yes. So I guess they have already got information that they have a renewal of the contract. I haven't heard that, but according to tender specifications, Sinea has to announce no later than 3 months before the end of the contract if the renewal will take come into force. So we have to wait for some while, but I don't know. We have to see what happens. Is there anything you would like to discuss on this? Because otherwise I close work package 12, and then we will just go to the summary of actions. I can't see anyone here. Oh, Vera. Vera has learned something, that's good.
Okay. What I've learned is that we indeed need to be specific also towards other people we want to cooperate with or where we want to make a link with. So also with the regional sea conventions, I can only say that within the technical group CBAT from the European Commission, they are very much involved and they are very on top of everything. And I would think that that our link is there on the habitat extent. And I've seen this happening now that within this group of mostly biologists, that the habitat extent and the difficulty in mapping of the extent and getting it, saying something about the accuracy of the extent is something that is difficult for them to judge. And it's very important because now there are percentages attached to it that member state will have to adhere to. It's about percentages of loss a member state can allow or not. So in the future, the extent mapping will become increasingly important. And there the RSCs are very sensitive about. And also in my own country, I get now from policy levels questions on that. So I think we should reflect on how we get EMODNET-Geology on the table to discuss on that and not leave it to seabed habitats. And because they are also then throwing the ball back into our camp or not, I'm not too sure how it will go.
Okay, thank you. That actually I didn't know about that, so that was a good information. Perhaps we should try to figure out a way how to deal with this. But that's really a good point. Yes. Yeah. Is there somebody who wants to comment more on that? Yep.
Sorry. The other thing is that I personally, and I don't know if it's a shared feeling, so we now have all of these higher goals and these high-level actions or activities, and we all use these in our texts. But the way we effectively contribute to these is not too clear to me. And I would personally be helped if we would have some kind of a roadmap how our products flow through these initiatives. So because we do many things and many things are really also more and more common. So where do we go to as a group, and how do the products we make flow into that, and what other products would be helpful in that line? And it's not an easy thing, but I think we need to have some time to reflect on that. And the other thing, my last point was, maybe, I don't know if someone can answer that already. So it was clear from the GSEU meeting that EMODNET Secretariat, Zoe Konstantinos, that she was very keen on making a very good link between EMODNET and GSEU. And I was wondering if there are already steps made in that direction, and how we will do that.
Well, I can answer that last question at least. That Joy mentioned that during the steering committee meeting, and I told her that I have already been in contact with Eleftheria Poyagi, who is chairing this work package on from GSEU. So we will be in contact, and we will look how to work forward with this. But the roadmap, that might be a little bit. I think we would need some time to work on that. Yeah.
Because from all the things I hear, it's clear that EMODNET wants to have a very good interaction with their users, and this will only become more important. And so are we on top of what users want from EMODNET-Geology? And are our products fit for purpose? It's just a reflection that maybe we should, maybe during the next meeting, we should have some time to first of all to prepare that, and then to have a discussion on that.
That's a good point. I have been thinking about the next meeting, because I don't know if we need very much time for these work packages, because I mean almost everything is finalized, has to be finalized almost by then, because then it's just the release of everything on the portal. So I think we could have a little bit more like workshop like things discussing, for example, this. So this is something that we could also discuss in the steering group, and look at how to proceed with issues just like this, for example. Okay. Thank you for the point. That's really important, definitely, because that's what we should be doing for the users, actually, really. Any other comments on this? Okay. Werner?
Werner from Geos. Just two comments basically to support your comments, Vera. One is that we have exactly the same approach from our protection agency in relation to the worries that we go into this more spatial planning right now. So to your first comment, so that's a real issue where I think we can help with our spatial approach to seabed mapping. Secondly, the question related to the GSEU, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Sitze, but I think there is this nice coupling with EMODNET as data, information, knowledge, and then wisdom in the top. And the wisdom in the top is related to the decision support systems, which is part of what we will be working on, which is different from the data information layers in EMODNET. And the first step in that will be a questionnaire that will be sent to many of you who are involved with what you have been doing on decision support systems in relation to coastal vulnerability and in relation to offshore wind farm siting. So that will all happen in 2023, but now you are warned, so to speak.
Very good. Thank you for that information. Has that book circulated around already? Yeah, okay, because we are ending the meeting very soon, so it might be nice to have it circulated all the way around. Okay, thank you. That was good information too. Anybody else who wants to say something? Annette?
Thank you. Just as a support for that comments before, if you come into this project new, just as a general impression, it's a little bit all over the place, and I think as a good strategy, future strategy meeting in terms of where to go as a group, and to actually see this, that okay, this is something we can use. That would be good. That's just as a general comment. I was also thinking the discussions that have occurred yesterday about the machine learning or semi-automated mapping. It might be important in the future to have a whole session but around that, and actually invite all the specialists that are actually in the group. There are quite a few people that are actually starting to progress in that. So I think this will be the future, and that would be good to focus also for everyone to learn and connect.
That's a good point also, and I'm starting to have the feeling that we need one more day during next meeting to cope with all these issues. So we might have a long meeting next time. But yes, very, very, very good points, all of these. So okay. Then we come to the summary of actions. So may I ask the work package leaders to come and summarize actions. Should we start with work package 3? Do you have slides, or are you just telling us?
I have a slide, but it might be easier just to tell.
Yeah, that's okay. There's no necessity to use slides. You can just tell shortly.
I think it's easier just to read them and tell. So, work package 3. First, JTK is going to provide guidelines to how to produce the seabed erosion index file by the end of December this year. And we will take account the feedback that we got from the workshop. And we hope that the partners give or distribute your erosion index data to us, to JTK, by the end of May. But of course, we hope that if you're able to do it earlier, it would be much better. So then we could have some results by the next workshop or the meeting as well. And sedimentation rates, actually the deadline to distribute the data was in September, but we haven't got too many data points, new updates yet. So if you still have some data, please send them to JTK as soon as possible. And we hope to have a new update on the sedimentation rates early next year. So there is one update that will be coming next year, early next year. And seabed substrate, we hope to have updates from you by the end of January next year, so in a couple of months' time. And I would like to remind you that we have provided you a new national geodatabases with all the data that has already been published, that's included in the portal. So it would be great if you could check that data to ensure that it's up to date, that it's correct. And also we have added new fields in relation with the seabed feature types, and also about the mapping method, if it's modeled or manually interpreted. And also in relation with the broad scale data, those were earlier missing confidence information, so there is also a column for that, and we hope that you would fill in that field as well. And there was also a case study. We have a case study on modeling. Annette just mentioned that also, and actually I talked with Simeon after his presentation, and we are planning to have a workshop on this topic early next year. Okay, and everyone is invited who are interested. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu. Christina, are you ready? Or? I'm ready. Okay.
I will read that too, because yesterday we saw what happened when you try to, when plugs don't fit to each other. Okay, as you remember from the time schedule I showed yesterday, Alex and I, we are happy to receive data from you, actualizations and new data. Quite of you have already announced this. Until at the very latest June next year, so that we can include them. I mean, it's a long time, but the earlier the better. But this is the deadline. For the prototype areas, we are going to have a meeting on the Western Baltic Sea harmonization prototype in December, and are starting work with that in December, January next year, which is then, we hope, enough time that we can provide already harmonized quaternary map data also in June for work package 9. End of July, we will supply all the updated layers. No, not in June, in July, because until June we need to have them. End of July, we will supply all the updated layers, maybe if some are ready before, with also the optimized color scheme for the quaternary to work package 9. We will continue the correlation of the vocabularies, especially work package 3 and 4 on geomorphological features. And what I'm also going to do, this was an outcome from the workshop on the vocabularies, I will collect requirements for an updated vocabulary, which we are going to provide in the next phase. I had quite a good discussion with Uffe yesterday, where we perhaps can, how we can solve the problem of, let's say, glauconite as an addition to glauconite sand, or epidote as an addition to epidote sand, or shells. We can add a new attribute for that one that will be a complementary information that it is a special sort of sand, so we don't have to widen up the already rather wide vocabulary, which is still Inspire conform, but we add on that attribute, that property, and it goes also well with the data model. And I think, Lars, this will help you very much to include your glauconite sand, and it also will help to include the shells, and for Canary Islands, for example, to add their epidote to the epidote sand, because I saw it, they're very nice. Right, what else? Yeah, the coastal ribbon, the discussion, as I said, is going on, but we had a very nice case study from Irina that she showed us yesterday, and I think this is a good start how to go from there, and we have a new member in our group, which is fantastic. So it was a very nice practical approach and good start. And this is it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Then Sutse is ready, I see.
I need to take off my glasses because otherwise I can see this. But there's just a few things I'd like to say, and that's basically the actions that I highlighted yesterday. That is still during this meeting today, or perhaps tomorrow during the field trip, I'd like to make one final attempt to look at the possibility to replace some final erosion data that we have on coastline migration, field data, and coastal type with better, more updated data. That doesn't necessarily have to be full coverage for your country. We can also just replace some parts. So you know, it's something to consider. So you can either come up to me yourself, or we can just you know, meet up as initiated by me. Then there is a final possibility to report errors in the updated coastline migration field and coastal type data sets as they are now ready to be released. What we'll do, we'll send the final version to you, and I'll ask the person who prepared it, my colleague Jenny, to do this either this week or early next week. But I've been in touch with her, so she knows what to do. And what we'll do is we'll just try to send just a picture, but also a GIS file. Then that's for December 2022. So we'd like to have this feedback from you as soon as possible, so that we can plan with Henry and with the Secretariat and with the other work package leaders the official release. And we'd like to have it so in Q1 and preferably early in Q1 of 2023. Then we'd like to get information on the availability of data for the southern Mediterranean, the Caribbean, and if you're willing to share some other overseas territories by February. So it gives us a few months to do some more digging. I know that I've had difficulty finding stuff, so it's not just going to the digital shelf like for our other data, but it's much more just finding where our predecessors have left some of this information. So that's February, and then finally. It would be very useful to think of case studies, and that can also be a map story of coastal vulnerability, and provide those ideas to Cherith and me by and preferably a little bit before the next meeting we have, so we can then sit together and perhaps make some plans on how we will shape this, and probably we can learn something about the examples, the overall examples of map stories that we talked about earlier today. So that's it for Work Package 5.
Okay, thank you, Sitze. I think that is quite clear. And yes, I think we have to, Sitze mentioned here that we should need to try to check out how to have the time schedule for the releases of the different data that we are going to release next year, and I think we should discuss that during a steering group meeting as well. Okay, Andrea?
Computer, it's not the one. I copied my. You haven't got my presentation here. No. Okay. Okay. Never mind. No, never mind. It takes too long. Okay. So basically. The actions were supposed to be taken by the end of October, but I mean, we only actually received one delivery from Ireland, and whoever has updates or new deliveries to send, please do that as soon as possible. Anyway, not later than the end of November, because after that. It will not be possible to include them in the new products. Remember, new occurrences, especially from the Caspian Sea or the Caribbean Sea, updates or of whatever, especially regarding probabilities. And if there is any publication or website, especially addressed to probabilities, please let us know. Eventually, links can be put on the portal so that it is possible to access them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. That's well. Then we have Xavier. who is coming there. Do you have slides or you are just talking? That's okay. Very good. Yeah.
I'll need these though. Thanks. So as I said yesterday, new updates always welcome. Partners that have submitted aggregates or hydrocarbons in the past, please resubmit with subtype information. Work Package 7 lead to take part in the vocabulary subgroup, as it was mentioned yesterday, to discuss subtype issues and how it fits with Work Package 3 as well in terms of the grain size definitions. Work Package lead also, so asked to contact Azerbaijan for the Caspian Sea data. I had some talks yesterday with Elnor on that. And again, an appeal to the partners with Caribbean data repositories, anything, reports, any information that you might think is useful, France, UK, Netherlands, and any other country that has done work in the Caribbean, please let us know. Even maybe in these cases of countries that are likely to have, just say that you cannot find anything, so that we know at least that that is not a good path, so that we need to follow another one. So that's okay as well, but at least to know more about the insights on the Caribbean Sea from our partners. What else? Partners that have mineral occurrences in Mind the Sea, or GARA, gas hydrates, or migrate cost initiative, as it was mentioned yesterday, that you think that they don't mirror what it's in EMODNET, so also contact us and see what we can do on that. See if we have to update from the Mind the Sea. We need to see where that occurrences came from in Mind the Sea. In Mind the Sea, not all the partners of EMODNET were present, so there might be discrepancies, and we cannot fix that for you, because obviously that's in the jurisdictional waters of every country, so touching things that are sometimes sensitive could create problems, so we need the partners' help on that. Mind the Sea has also an open viewer, a map open viewer. You can query it. It's a very nice one. It has loads of layers of information, so it's a good exercise. And GARA, the same way, is much more simpler, because only this with gas hydrates, and there's only a few countries with that, but it's important for us as well. Finally, the delivery, we will take it to the very limit, I think, which is June 2023, so we're always waiting for data, but we will send a reminder now, once we finish this meeting next week, with the task guide that we already distributed, to refresh and to try to incentivize to get more data delivered to us. And then just to finish, we are planning to present the results of this work package sometime in the summer, fall 2023, possibly in an outside of Europe conference, just to cover more areas as opposed to the Europe, which is already covered by all the work packages and general EMODNET things. So we've targeted in the past AGU, but we might go somewhere else to Asia or something like that to try to target in a poster or oral presentation to distribute that. So any ideas on that, if you think you have a good idea on that, welcome as well, talk to us, and we might sort of target that one. I think that covers everything. Henry.
Thank you, that's a good point, yes. It's a good idea to try to expand this a little bit around the globe, as I have been telling you all the time here, that we are the trendsetters over the globe, so it's good to advertise EMODNET even outside of Europe, yes. Okay, Heather.
Okay, thanks very much. So for Work Package 8, just as a reminder from the presentations on Thursday, the latest upload to the portal will take place by the end of this year, and just to reiterate the benefit of sort of in-person meetings and being able to sort of talk about the submissions and querying that, you know, we've managed to gather and to harvest another couple of submissions which will go into the next upload by the end of the year. And also I've received some feedback from some of the partners as to some of the things that need to be corrected as well. So again, those will be implemented for the next upload to the portal by end December. And I'll be working with Work Package 9 for the timeline for that, to make sure that we're sort of dovetailing in with their schedule as well. The next deadline for contributions will be the summer next year, and like the other work packages, we'll send email reminders. But if you know that you've got data that you're going to contribute in the new year, can you just let me know so that I know to expect it? That would be great. With regards to the reconstruction working groups, I'll facilitate getting those working groups working a bit tighter together. It was great to see the discussions on Tuesday, but also there are some common data sets that I know that we need to chase. For example, the ice limits was highlighted as something that we need to sort of work at. Which sort of version of ice limits are we going to use? So I'll work with the working groups where that is something that they need to consider. And also by email, I'll try and set up a sort of realistic timeline with milestones to make sure that some of the working group activities don't sort of stagnate, but we'll do that by email over the coming weeks and try and set up when those working groups are going to get together over the coming months, so that we don't let those deadlines for, of course, the end of this phase of the project slide. A couple of other points to note. We've had some great conversations with regards to contributions from the Caspian with Eleanor, but also through discussions, we've got a positive response from a researcher that has information on submerged landscapes within the Caribbean Sea. So she's requested a meeting, and I'm going to loop Henry into that. So she responded to an email this morning. And she's got information on paleo coastlines and Mesolithic sites. So really some of these data sets that we're looking for Work Package 8. So that's great. So we'll set that up in the coming sort of couple of weeks. And thanks very much to SITSA for finding a slightly obscure extended conference abstract that we've managed to trace this researcher down. Yeah, I think that's probably where we are, but of course some of the other discussions that went on, and thanks Lars for some of the examples there, and Henry talking about setting up a steering group to discuss some of the outreach activities, and that's something that we always had in the Work Package 8 sort of outline for what we deliver and things. So I'm excited about some of the discussions surrounding that, and I think there's a lot of information that we can develop, and also Ufa's presentation earlier and the sort of little videos and things, and I could really see how we could sort of work with some of the coastline information that you were highlighting, and I think that would be something to work with you over the coming year to, well, 10 months to look at for Work Package 8 as well. So I think that's it, just open communication, and let's keep momentum going. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Heather. So then Uffe perhaps wants to say a few words also.
That's the last mail. It's just three points. Okay, it's very short. Yeah. So we're going to have this revision of the borehole and geophysics indexes table. So I'm going to send out the questionnaire, and after I've sent out the questionnaire, you have about maybe a little month or so to answer, come with any remarks, and then after that, I will make the new specification for boreholes and geophysics, and it should be easier to upload data then. And if you have any additional data you want to upload, if you don't have uploaded data at all, or you have some updated data, you have to wait until we have agreed on the new format. Also, the central portal functionality is an issue you have to check out after the soft launch in the end of November, during December and until the start of next year, if you can have some time to look at it and see if everything looks like you expect. And then we can, collect all our information and send them to the central portal. So, and the last actions is just for me. I've been here around, and you have noted some issues with the different maps, the lithology age maps, and also last mentioned something with the geomorphology map where some polygons are missing from both portals. So I have to look into that, and also have to look into the symbolization of boreholes and grab samples. Yeah. So the rest of the action is just for me, unfortunately. Okay, but this is just a short thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Uffe. Then those were the actions. According to the agenda, we could have some discussion here also. I think we discussed quite a lot already, and I think there were good points on this that we should really a little bit look at kind of have a brainstorming on how we would like to progress in the future, and also there to take the users' kind of point of view into consideration a little bit, perhaps better. That we have to remember we are not doing this for ourselves, even though it's very nice to do it for ourselves, but we are really doing this because the European Commission wants to pay us so that this will be open for everybody, and it should be in such a format that it's easily usable by users, and they will also understand what it's about. So I think it's really a good idea to little bit put maybe a little bit more of effort on thinking about those issues, and I think it would be a good idea to have half a day or 1 day of brainstorming on these issues, and maybe combine machine learning into this and everything during the next meeting. Is there something else somebody would like to add to this discussion? We have discussed a little bit about it. I think it was good to point out these issues, that definitely it's a good time to discuss it next spring, and if we have a renewal of the contract, we definitely have to try to get kind of a little bit maybe think about the approach, how to come in contact with the users and the community, these issues. Okay, so then I don't see any raised hands, so I would like to remind you that before we leave, when this meeting ends, we will have a group photo. I hope that somebody from Institute of Oceanology can help us to get a photo of the group somewhere outside. We can try to figure out where it would be best to take the photo. And then later on, don't forget the Eurogeo Surveys meeting, which Sitze will chair later on today. Do you want to say something about that?
About this afternoon's meeting, it would be good if you would send your presentation, not directly in my mailbox, but using WeTransfer. That way I can just pull them in, and then I can just connect my laptop here, and that will make it easier for us to switch between presentations. And the other thing I would like to ask is if there's a group photo for EMODNET, perhaps those of you attending the Marine Geology Expert Group meeting can then just wait a little bit longer, and we can have a second photo by this a little bit smaller group, because it would be nice to have a photo on our a brand new website, which you can check out, but it looks really great.
Very good point. That was a good point, yes. So, yeah, but then let's go to the next point on the agenda, and that would be date and venue of next meeting. I intend to have the next meeting also as not a hybrid meeting, and I hope that at least one from your organization, but hopefully all of you and all of the other partners can attend that meeting in person, of course provided that there is not bad disease going or war or something very serious. Oh, there's a misspelling. That should be war, not was. Anyway, so yes, I had this slide here, but I think that will come later on. Maybe Liz would like to say something. So now it's announced.
Now it's announced. So I I don't have a picture. It was so sudden.
We will see it.
We'll see it, yeah. So next meeting will be in the Faroe Islands in May, late May, we said, right?
Let's hope so, but we can have a short discussion on this. Yeah, that's your wish. So we will try we will try to keep that. Yes. Thank you very much, Liz. That was very nice of you. I remember you said this already maybe 5 years ago. So it took a while before we could have the opportunity to have the meeting there. But that will be definitely very nice. Thank you very much. So I already saw that there was somebody here who seemed to be disappointed about the second half of May, but the first half is not good because people are traveling to Reunion and they are not coming back in one day. They will stay there for an additional week to walk in the jungle and dive in the Indian Ocean and things like that. So before mid of May, we are not going to have the meeting. So that will be other half of May. I don't know if we have to check the exact dates, but maybe that would be better, of course. I don't have a calendar here. Okay. Christine.
Thank you. Well, second half of May will be difficult, but we have 2 weeks. This would be from 22nd to 26th. And then it would be from 29th to already June. And from my side, the 22nd to 26th is difficult, but I could make it. But these are the ones.
Which was better?
22nd to the earlier one.
Okay. Because I have a meeting after. So the week 22nd to 26th seems to be possible. Pedro. We will listen to Pedro.
No, I was just suggesting why don't we do a doodle, because it's quite difficult to decide, at least for me right now, which is the better week for that.
I would prefer to fix it now, but because then if we leave it somewhere and then it can be iterated 17 times, that's always a problem if we push on it. We can't have it earlier because no one wants to be on the Faroe Islands in April except for Liz and Bartal, and maybe me, and the Norwegians, the Icelandic. But yes, so.
Well, regarding the weather conditions and what's Faroe Island like in that time, maybe we could have, well, at least people like me from the south, we don't have a clue of what's like being in the Faroe Island in those weeks. So maybe to decide, we would like to have some summary of weather conditions, like a typical one, not a forecast, but something.
Yeah, but remember that Liz's wish was that it would be in the second part of May, and let's try to keep somewhere there.
Okay. Weather forecast? Oh, yeah, typical weather. Well, the reason that I'm suggesting second half of May instead of first half of May is that winter may continue until the beginning of May, which is a lot of wind, snow, not funny weather. Late May or second half of May at least is less risk of storm. It can be really nice, and really nice means cold, but not snow, right? It's statistically, which doesn't say much, it's the driest time of year, which doesn't say much.
Only 500 millimeters.
and it's the time of year when it's still so cold in the weather that there's less risk of fog, and that is fog is more common later on in the summer. And we've had it a few times that we've had meetings like that, a whole airplane or airplanes that come and they are delayed 1 or 2 days because of fog. So
I was going to come to that also, that we should look at dates when it might be possible to come with air. Otherwise, we have to come with ferry. That's of course very nice. I have done it. I really liked it, but then we could have, of course, one day on the ferry presentations and some workshop there. But maybe not. Maybe we still try to take the plane. Okay, Barto.
Just like to add that while the weather can be unpredictable, the currents are favorable on the 24th and 25th in case we're going on a boat trip on the last day. So, but we have to have a plan B and C, all depending on the weather, but the currents are favorable there.
What it means is that it's not it's half moon, not full moon or new moon, so it's possible for boat rides.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice.
Maybe depending on wind.
Of course. I've done that. It's marvelous. We had a beautiful day out at sea. We went to the caves on the western side of Westman, was it called? Yes, and that was really something. Yes. Okay. So, can we agree on the week 22nd to 26th? Okay. It's fixed. Now you know it. Okay. Then I would like to ask Luba. Can you, Luba, please come up here? I want to thank you and your team, your organization for having this meeting here. Thank you very much. It's been look at them. They are very happy. It's been definitely a pleasure to be here, really. Thank you very much. And because of that, I want to give you this as a present. You will have our brand new book straight from the oven.
I think that all the authors are here, and I will ask you for a signature here.
Oh,
yes.
That's a very good idea. Yeah. You will have such a book that no one else has. Yes. That will be great.
Thank you that you agreed to come here in an unknown country for some of you, but some people have experience of our hospitality. Maybe 12 years ago, or yeah, 10 years ago, yeah. And I hope that this night, this dinner, also will enjoy everybody of you. And so again, thank you that you come here in Varna and honor me.
So to everyone has the question about the dinner. Will it be here at 1900 hours?
Yeah. They will join all 2 halls, and it will be here.
Okay. And yeah. A lot of dance.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know the Bulgarian traditional dance, but
no,
it must be something
you will
like
see.
This.
Yeah, everybody will see. Yeah, it's not like this, but
okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that.
Thank you again. Also, because there is Lubo and his team. Thank you, Todor. Thank you, Elena, and Bobby. But Bobby is now to pick up his son from
okay.
school. So thank him also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I also want to thank the technique. Everything worked so well. Thank you a lot. That's the final picture. That's 2 weeks ago in the Gulf of Finland. Sten, are you there? Oh, yeah, that's Sten. Here. There's Sten, there's the GTK team, there's Jonas, Anu, Satu, and Susanna. I'm not on the picture, I was lazy. Okay. Thank you very much. Now the meeting is over, and I think because there's time before the lunch, so maybe we go just out for the group photo, and then you can pick up your things, and then we will continue with lunch and things like that. Thank you very much. Jubo, did you want to say something?
The group photo should be on this side where the sun is coming, not from this. And the landscape is very beautiful.
Yeah, let's go to the pool side, and then we'll see where the best place would be. So, thank you.
Will just be a few moments for those online. Just bear with me. The final presentation will be put on my laptop. Almost there. Are we all ready for it? So, very happy to see you all here. Really, it's almost a weird feeling because the last time was in Athens in 2019. Feels like ages ago. Great venue, great meeting. But it's good to be back together. We have some people online. Andrea just told us that he wasn't feeling so well, so he'll be joining us from his room. And then Anna from Slovenia, she is expecting, and so she'll be joining us also from far away. And Gustav, a new member from Sweden, is also online. We might have some people from the secretariat. But it should be a good meeting, and hopefully we'll. Everyone's waving. I don't know what. Hopefully you're not waving to me. We'll just see how it works. For those of you who are online, when you want to contribute, say something, or give your presentation, then we'll need to tell the people assisting us in the back of the room, so that they can put you on the sound, and hopefully that will all work just as well as it did during the regular EMODNET meeting. So, but there's one final thing I would like to do before we start the presentation. Is just get the agenda here. So I sent around an agenda for today. Starting with some regular stuff. But before we officially start the meeting, I would like to see if anyone has some extra items to discuss. And if not, then I would just like to make a brief round. Most of us know each other, but I'm very happy to welcome 2 new members. We have Annette from Iceland, and we have Liz from the Faroe Islands. So it's nice to see our group grow, and it's also been very nice to involve them and all of you, obviously, in the development of the GSEU proposal, which is one of the ways that we can find each other. So anyway, with the people, even though we know each other here, I think it will be good, certainly for the people online also, to briefly introduce ourselves. And I'll start up front. So with me, I'm Sietse van Heteren, working for the Dutch Geological Survey as a marine and coastal geologist, and I've been chair since 2008. 18, I think, just off the top of my head. So briefly before COVID hit us, and got to lead this group mostly from a distance. So let's go to Jörn. I'll pass it around.
Okay, yeah. Yes, hello everybody. I'm Jørgen Let from the Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland, GEOS also named. Yeah, I've been part of this group for some time, some decades, I guess. I'm a marine geologist working in the group of marine geologists in GEOS. We are about 20 at the moment. I will come back to this in my presentation. So I'll hand over to my colleague Arno.
Okay, thank you. Arno Kotilainen from Geological Survey of Finland. I'm a marine geologist there, and I've been in this group a bit more than 10 years, if I remember right.
Hello, I'm Sten Suuroja from Geological Survey Estonia, and I'm also marine geologist and have some long experience with this group. Thank you.
Hello, Sokol Margo from Albanian Geological Survey, director of Marine Geology Directorate. That is a directorate where work 9 people. I'm geologist, member of the group since 2016, I think, or 15, something like this. Very, very old.
Hi, I'm Pedro from the Portuguese Institute for the Sea and Atmosphere. I used to be a field structural geologist, and I've been a marine geologist for some years now.
Hi, I'm Luis. I'm from the HIPMA Institute also, like Pedro, and I'm a marine geologist, and it's the first time here in this group, and let's see what's going on.
Hi, I'm Fabien from France, BRGM, and I'm a marine geologist, and I'm in this group, I think it's 10 to 12 years now.
Hi, I'm Zeza Someni from the Cyprus Geological Survey. I'm a geological engineer, and I am in charge of geohazards and marine geology.
Hello, I'm Irene Zananeri. I'm from the Greek Geological Survey. I am a member of this group for 10 years, and I'm a geologist and a geophysicist.
Hello, I'm Charles Garia from Malta. I'm a geophysicist by background, but also involved in the general administration of our department.
Hello, my name is Vera van Lanker from the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences, marine geologist, and in this group since 2009, I think.
Hello, my name is Ozren Hassan. I'm from Croatian Geological Survey. I'm a geologist.
I'm Slobodan Miko from the same Geological Survey. At the moment, I'm acting as General Director of the Geological Survey, so this is for me like a holiday. And I'm basically doing marine geology with Ozren for the last 10 or 12 years. Yeah.
Yeah, hello. My name is Annette Bliske, Iceland GeoSurvey. As introduced, I'm new to this group, but I did my master in petroleum geology geophysics. That was a lot of offshore work as well, but then finished my PhD in marine geology geophysics, doing the seas around Iceland. And we started since 2008 with the offshore work in Iceland, so it's a long lead-up time.
Hello, my name is Liz Mortensen. I'm from the Faroe Islands, from the Geological Survey of the Faroe Islands. And we are starting up at the moment, probably inspired through long work in EMODNET, but also in other projects, a new marine geological project in the Faroe Islands. So I hope that it will be useful to be part of this group.
Hello, I'm Xavier Monteis from the Geological Survey Ireland, based in Dublin. I was part of this group years ago, and then I rejoined in 2019. That's
Hello, my name is Dorota Kaulbarz. I'm working for Polish Geological Institute, National Research Institute, which acts as Polish Geological Survey. I'm a geologist and working for marine geology since, I don't know, 15 or 16 years. And I'm a member of that group for at least 8 years, I guess.
Hello, I'm Reidulf Bø from the Geological Survey of Norway, NGU. So I'm a marine geologist and I've been in this group for many years. I'm also leader of the marine geology section at NGU.
Hello, Rhys Cooper. I am the Programme Manager for the area that marine sits in BGS, the British Geological Survey, alongside groundwater and geochemistry and marine. I am a chartered marine scientist and hydrographic surveyor.
Hi. Hello, I am Luis Somoza from Geological Survey of Spain. I am marine geologist, so working on the life in marine geology, and at present I am Vice Director for Research of the Geological Survey, so it's a pleasure to be here just to continue the marine geology.
Good afternoon, Teresa Medialdea from the Geological Survey of Spain, a marine geologist, and I've been in the group for about 10 years, more or less. Thank you.
And Teresa is also the co-chair of the expert group, for those of you who don't know yet. So we can see if it works online. Yes.
So my name is Andrea Fiorentino. I'm from the Geological Survey of Italy, which is a department of ISPRA. I am a marine geologist and stratigrapher. I joined Silvana D'Angelo, who used to coordinate the marine geology section, and I replaced her when she retired in the middle of the pandemic. So I'm now coordinating the marine geology section, and okay. I'm in this group since 2005, but I participated in a meeting only in 2011 in Estonia, since we had a lack of funding in the years before. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna, can we see if we can hear you and see you?
Yeah, hello everyone.
Hello?
I'm Anna Novak. I'm from the Geological Survey of Slovenia. And I think I have been a part of the group since 2020. So this is probably my first meeting. So hello, everyone.
Great, thank you. And then we have Gustav.
Yeah, hello, everyone. I'm Gustav Kegesten from the Geological Survey of Sweden. And I just joined the group. So this is my first meeting. I'm a marine geologist, but working also a bit broader with marine spatial data, and been at the Geological Survey since 2015.
Great,
okay.
Thanks. Welcome. All right, then we'll go on back to the screen, if possible. Thank you. And what we'd like to do is start with the chair's report. So first I'll give a brief, review of our times during COVID, and then Teresa will say something about what we've done as a group for, say, the past year and a half or so. Great. So yeah, obviously it's a weird feeling to talk about, you know, such a long time where we haven't seen each other. You can say, oh, we're going to talk about 2022, but in fact we have a little bit more to talk about, and we did have a meeting, a combined meeting to prepare for the for what was then the CSA. About, what is it, maybe a year and a half ago or so. But it wasn't the same as it is here, obviously. But well, we did do some useful things at that time. But what I want to briefly touch upon now is that this hiatus in seeing each other, yeah, was a little bit of a shock to, I think, all of us, because you know, some other expert groups, they function by, you know, seeing each other more online, but we have the luxury of having projects where we see each other more. So for us, I think it was a little bit more of an adaptation to go from these meetings where you talk about all kinds of things to, well, trying to organize things online. And we all know that we do multitasking, and we sometimes aren't able to make it. So I think we have to, you know, from that perspective, be very happy that we do have EMODNET, and also that we do now have another project. So you know, one is data-based, and the other one is perhaps a little bit more science-based, but they're certainly interconnected. And you know, something that will come later during the meeting is that perhaps we should also, well, think about making sure that when we get into this similar situation that we have, you know, some sort of structure to fall back on. And it requires some input and energy from a chair, obviously, but it's also good to just feel, you know, that the group is looking for it as well. And you know, that is something that, well, just because of the shock at first, but then also, you know, busy agendas and everything maybe didn't work out so well. But anyway, we did have some activities, not all as structured, and certainly not all as visible. Some were, you know, sort of bilateral, some were in small groups. And I do hope that some of you met up on a regional basis, perhaps a little bit more often. But obviously, I haven't. I don't have a very good overview of that. One thing is for sure that we've never, as a group, made very intensive use of our common area on the Eurogeo Surveys portal, and we'll show it in the next presentation. But we do now have a very nice area for our group. And that makes it more attractive, perhaps, to also go to our own part of the portal. But obviously, that also means that it needs to be filled, and filled with more than just the annual report. So I think that it would be good if we can see if we can structure that a little bit better. And then importantly, I already briefly mentioned, you know, that we did do some things over the past 2 years, and they link back to what we have in our, what we always have in our annual report. You know, this is about our longer-term perspective, and we actually managed to fulfill some of these ambitions. The ones that are underlined here are certainly on the way of happening as part of the new project, and or as part of some other activity that we've had. So what is in that report? We want to spawn and strengthen regional collaboration. I think that in EMODNET we've already done you know, some of that. Some of the best photos I have from these meetings are, you know, the people from Ireland, Spain, and France, and Portugal standing, talking about a map around, you know, the Bay of Biscay, and then all around to the Eastern Atlantic. And I think that's a wonderful photo that I have. And I know that we've been successful on the Adriatic side, in the Baltic, certainly in the North Sea as well. So there's definitely some things there that started out as part of the Marine Geology Expert Group. And next one is taking opportunities created by the energy transition. Well, you know, having a task on offshore wind in the new project is a wonderful opportunity to learn from each other, and also, and that's some experience we have ourselves, to enable us, certainly as surveys who don't have experience in that field yet, to qualify for some of the tenders that are being put out, because if you don't have experience, you often don't qualify. But by working together in these types of projects, you get your first project where you work on the topic. And right now it's very simple. There are many tenders where they say if you don't have experience, you can be the best geologist in the world. If you don't have experience in offshore wind, you don't qualify. So this is a great way to make those opportunities count for all of us. And I'd like to see that as part of this EMODNET GSEU connection. So that's definitely something that we're achieving at the moment. We want to broaden our appeal and visibility, and that has to be visible in everyday life. Well, we heard Werner a little bit earlier say something about decision support. It's really something that has our attention in GSEU, and that's all because of the ideas you provided as part of the early discussions we had on what do we want to put in. You know, we do have EMODNET, but we need a clear sort of separating line between the two. So what does the one do that the other can't, and what does the other do that can flow back into the one? So very happy about that as well. Then us evolving from standard sort of flat mapping, which is great, into 3D or even 4D modeling, you know, more the explanatory, predictive aspect, which obviously is needed as well. I think that we have a real opportunity to slowly find our way there, and again, just by learning from each other. We have the projects for it, but also we have this community, and perhaps we can just you know, have some way of sharing some of the expertise we have, you know, in between some of the more meeting-related events that we have. Then obviously one that has always been there is linking marine and terrestrial geology, and there I think you know, one of the nice things, it's great to be in EMODNET, let's be clear about that, and it's good to have this interdisciplinary aspect to it. But you know, as geologists, it's also very important to us to have the link from sea to land. They're interconnected. More, you know, maybe, you know, some sort of a salmon. Well, a salmon is probably a good example of a way that it, you know, even in biology, land and sea are connected. You cannot say anything about that fish if you don't also know something about the land. So, and we need to make that clear, and we have a platform to make that integration. The coastal ribbon, I think, is a very good first step, and it's great to think about, you know, what does the coastal ribbon entail. But I also want to say that in EGDI, we have more freedom in what we take from the land than in EMODNET. In EMODNET, they are not going to host something that goes 100 kilometers inland. That's just not part of what they spend their money on. So we have to look to both portals when we talk about our output and the format. So for us, it's important to do it only once and make it count twice. And I think that's something we have to keep in mind. And then finally, I think what is important is the collaboration with the other EuroGeosurveys expert groups. We've said that for a long time. You know, that started when Alan was still leading this group. And the wonderful thing now is that we
We have a marine project that's led by someone who's coming from the Earth Observation Geohazards Expert Group. We have the geochemists involved, which is also wonderful for EMODNET, because when you look at EMODNET chemistry, they almost don't cover what we know about seabed geochemistry, and I think it's a wonderful addition to the family. We can develop it in GSEU as cases, not pan-European, but then we can feed it into EMODNET, and then we can roll it out, and that is a wonderful way to tell Europe that we have a new topic that we can roll out. So I think overall, despite the fact that we haven't seen each other, and we only have limited time to spend on it, most of what we stated and phrased as ambitions ended up in this new program. But I do have to emphasize that aside from it, there's also the strategic research and innovation agenda from EuroGeosurveys. And it is very important for us as a group also to make sure that some of the ideas that we have in our heads end up in that TRIA, because that also means they end up on European agendas. They might end up in calls, they might end up in closed calls that are only available for us, but they're also visible to, in the end, to DG Mare or other DGs who are developing plans for sort of the mid to long term. And certainly anything that has to do with the blue economy or the Green Deal is great, but there's also some more local or regional topics that perhaps we have missed out on, and where you say, well, we're not covering it. There could be, the bipartition silicate carbonate. It can be, other elements of it. Something where you say, well, we've missed that. We'd like to hear it here. Well, with that said, I think it's now time to give the microphone to Teresa for our next presentation, and that's then the second point of item 3 on our agenda.
Thank you. Well, I would like to summarize some of the activities the group has developed during half of the 2021 and 2022. I will start with projects that are finished, and I'm going to talk about the participation of the Marine Geology Expert Group in the GeoEra project that finished in 2021, because the project was delayed. The end of the project was delayed because of the COVID, so they get about 3 or 4 months. So the group participating in 3 of the GeoEra projects: the Mine the Sea, which is aimed at the metageologic study of the main types of seabed mineral resources, and the project also addresses the economic potential in the European seas and also legislation. I would like to highlight that the Mine the Sea objectives will be extended and will continue in the CSA, in the SEU project, in Work Package 2. Part of the results of the Mine the Sea project were also included in the FRAME project, another GeoEra project, which is dedicated to the critical and strategic raw materials. They made several maps of Europe. And finally, the project GARA addresses the gas hydrates in Europe. Well, in relation to the EMODNET project, we finished the phase 4. Phase 4 was granted in 2018 and ended in 2021. And it's important to take into account that the geographical scope of the project was widened with the Caspian Sea, and we also started with a new work package, submerged landscapes. In phase 5, we started last year in September, and once more the geographical area has been widened to the Caribbean Sea, and also to the studies of the coastal ribbon. And I would like also to mention that we have been there has been several meetings with Jørgen Thalstrup to ensure that all the EMODNET products and maps are properly incorporated in the next EGDI portal. Well, now, as everybody knows, there is the new project is the GSUA. It's a 5-year Horizon Europe coordination and support action called Geological Service for Europe. And the project is aimed to contribute to the European Green Deal. And it's aimed to develop a geological service for Europe. The Marine Geology Expert Group is contributing to the to Work Package 5 related to coastal vulnerability assessment and optimized offshore wind farm siting, which is coordinated by Greece. We also participate in Work Package 2, which is aimed at terrestrial as well as marine mineral deposits. Marine mineral deposits, it's a special task separated from the terrestrial part. And they are going to evaluate the European resources in critical raw materials. I forget to include here that we are also participating in Work Package 9, in Task 2, which is aimed to the SRI. I will address this point later. That's, this is an important point, I think, for the future and how the activities of the Euro Service are going to be developed. And this is the strategic research and innovation agenda. This agenda was prepared at the same time that the CCS proposal. And it's an important document. You can download from the web page, and in this document you have all the research priorities and objectives of the geological surveys, and it's with the ambition towards a geological service for Europe. And what is important for our group is that this agenda defines the goals of the expert groups and the objectives. So, and this has to be defined by the different groups. So I think we can play an important role in this part. Well, the SRIA is organized around 4 goals, and I would like to mention that for the future, there's going to be a biennial release of the SRIA. So each 2 years, the SRIA will be updated, and that's going to take place through the Work Package 9 in the CSA, in the EU, and we'll see. We have to participate and propose new things, new activities, because it will affect our activities in the future, okay? So, I think Sitze mentioned before, we have a new General Secretary, and she's been very active, Julie Hollis, and they have renovated completely the website. I recommend you to visit because it's much better than before. So the content now include new information about our group. Everything was rewritten. All the tests you have here, 2 pictures of the marine geology expert group. And it also includes now the web page information about events and different activities, projects. And there is a short page which links to the EDGI. I would like to mention these dissemination activities because the first 2 ones were developed in the EMODNET project, but I think at the same time we provide an image of the group, but it's a strong group and we can cooperate and we work together. So I think we give a solid image of the group. We also participate in the Blue Economy report, which is important for DG Mare. And also, I would like to mention that we are represented in different organizations like the International Council for the Exploration of the Sea, the European Consortium of Ocean Research Drilling, the Atlantic Seabed Mapping International Working Group, which are mapping the Atlantic, the European Plate Observing System, the European Multidisciplinary Seafloor and Water Column Observatory, well, different organizations. And we have participated in the UNEP reports and sustainability with recommendations for actions to set the global sun agenda in addressing environmental sustainability needs. So this is the main activities we have developed during this 1 year and a half. It's been a very strange period, but I think we have developed quite a lot of activities and we have worked as hard as before. Well, thank you for your attention.
Are there any questions on this first part? The members area is still the same it was before. That's on the Eurogeo Service intranet. If people are interested, we can put together a short instruction document on how to access with the password and everything. You know, this is all. I know it was provided to me, and I know that when new members join now, provided to new members by the Secretariat. So here you can find things. This is the password, but as you know, since I've become chair, I have only added the annual report. So we should probably get a little bit more active in making it worthwhile to visit. Right now, there's not so much to see. So.
Who is the man, and there are no names of people.
There,
only
yeah.
something.
Can I just, yeah. I'll repeat the question just for those of you who didn't understand. Sokol says that there's no clear place where we can see who is a member of our group. And that could be done better. Right now, there's only a list that is in that separate section behind the password of your geosurveys. And I know that when we send mails around to marine geology at your geosurveys, sometimes mails end up in the spam, or there's some other issues with it, or some people who have left the group still receive things. So what I'll do is I'll propose to Julie, and I mean, I think she's doing a wonderful job. She's very proactive and receptive to input. We'll see if we can make it clearer to the outside world also who is a member of our group. So that'd be great. We're not going to put email addresses and those things in it, because for the outside world, we don't. I don't even think it's allowed. But again, I'll send a document for us as insiders where to find a complete updated list of the members with the email addresses and other contact information. So I hope that answers your question, but I will pass it on to the Secretariat.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a question dealing with the new project, it's GSEU. Many of us are partners in this work package 5. You mentioned this work package 2. So how many of us are in this work package? You are probably involved there, or your institute?
Yeah, I have, yes, I have, for example, it's a long list in Work Package 5. In fact, we are really, I think it's one of the biggest groups. And I think, Irene, so many are you? Yes. Fabian, Charles, you, Sokol, yes, Pedro, Ireland, Vera, yes, you, John, and you. I think almost everybody.
In work package 2.
In work package 5.
Yeah, so I know because I'm also.
Yes, in work package 2, it's about raw materials. You are in that, no?
Asking how many of us are in that work package.
I can't say it by heart, but Ireland, Greece, Portugal, and you, Greece, and what? No, nothing else.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
What?
I was just wondering if anyone from Northern Europe are participating. Yeah.
Okay.
To add to that, we really tried very hard with the help of Daniel Oliveira to get aggregates in this time, but we failed. We tried to get our directors to support us. They did, but they needed to get some of the national government people to help us out, and they didn't. So it was very unfortunate, because it would have been a nice addition. But in the end, there was only so much money, and then it comes down to making difficult choices. But that's why it's so important to have that SHRIA, because we should definitely keep that on the radar, because people think there's plenty of it, but we've made mistakes before when it comes to resourcing ourselves in an affordable way. It can be somewhere, but we need to know where it's nearby, in the right form and shape and quality. So that's. I think everybody makes best.
They did their best to get the arguments.
Yeah.
It was not possible. I think there is one thing. I think it's important. At the beginning, there was terrestrial and marine part were together, and now there is. We are separated, and so I think we can have more visibility for the marine part of this work package.
Just adding on this, now you just showed, Teresa, the UNEP report of sand and sand sustainability. That this just underlines the need of the importance of aggregates in all aspects. I just had another comment. That's more an acknowledgement of the results. Actually, for 1.5 years has passed, and I'm impressed how nice we bridge between the policy and the marine geology. It's really nice results to see from here when you just listed. I'm impressed, and I think we should definitely continue this line and be very aware and have a foot in the GGMAR and wherever we can have it in Brussels and in the political system. So that was just a comment, and I think we are really well on track. Thank you.
Any other comments? Well, if not, then we'll continue back on the screen. With what's always our sort of main highlight, obviously, the national reports. And I just remember my first time in this expert group, and it was at a time when we still had 2 Greek partners presenting, and had it long been known, it was sort of a contest between the 2, because they were 5-minute presentations, but they just wanted to make sure that one took longer than the other, and it was. Yeah, it was a very interesting experience to see it all go through, and then we thought, oh, well, we're doing great on time, and then it all ran aground. But I always really enjoy these highlights. So let's make a start, and what we'll do is, I just have the presentations numbered, so I know that it gets to be your turn at some point. First, we'll start with the PowerPoint presentations of the people who are here in the room. Then we'll continue with people who want to say something but do not have a PowerPoint presentation. It's probably good then if you come forward, because otherwise I have to go and move around with the microphone. And then we'll go to our sort of online partners to present. And there's, I know Anna is going to say something, and we'll have her slide here. And Andrea will also, I also have his presentation here. And I have a recorded presentation by Gustav. So I'll play it, but I will probably need some assistance from our audiovisual experts at the end to make sure that the sound is also, clear to everyone. So let's see who's first, because I think I just put a number 1 to the first presentation I received. So we'll start straight away with Iceland. Annette. And we start with a spectacular image.
Thank you, Shitze. I hope I can keep the time, because that's not just that's a general introduction of who we are. I work with the Iceland Geosurvey since 2004, and my colleagues that I work closest with is Ömund Erlendsson, who's in Iceland at the moment, and Gunnlaugur, he's our GIS person, and Steinun Hauksdóttir, she's our manager. So we're a small team, but it's part of the Iceland Geosurvey, so we are a small group. We are new, we reorganized completely in 2020 to 2021, and slimmed down in terms of the departments within the survey. So we have now a mapping and exploration group, which is online but also offshore. And we have a new director, so it's basically combining the specialists within the survey. And just have to say, we are basically now told by the government to finance ourselves. Any profits go straight into research. So if you're really good in finding funding, then we also can do more research. So it's putting the pressure on. So we have a marine geoscience group, and we are active longer than 2008, but there the main focus was oil and gas. But now we're actually looking at a lot more projects, and also the involvement in EMODNET and the Shelf Margin project, the oil and gas license rounds, and also now getting into the marine economic minerals and geothermal mappings, coastal winds, natural hazards, and then of course part of the GSEU, and we have a small project, network project Enigma, and then also looking at the geothermal aspect on land and also how it goes out to sea. You can see the first compiled map that is detailed with all the data that we have for the Iceland shelf itself, and all the partners there are listed below, just to really include them. So it's quite a large group that we are really happy to be able to work with. We also, our primary focus right now is data. You've seen we have a very large area. Of course, the Danes really take the prize with the Greenland coastline. But right now we are focusing on the multi-beam data. So we have been able to add quite a few data sets. In orange is from the marine, say Havro, the Marine Research Institute in Iceland. But then we're also collaborating with others, be it the OLEX or say the EMODNET framework and network. We also talked to SHORM and Geomar in Germany. And the picture to the left-hand side is subbottom profile data. All the black dots are all the subbottom profile data lines that we just got in this September. And we are in communication with SHROM about all the polygons, about their surveys where they have subbottom profile data. So we'll see. I hope we can work together. Onshore mapping is also, we are doing the onshore mapping officially for Iceland. So it's we have a 1 to 600,000 map, but now all the boxes are outlining 1 to 100,000 maps. So there's we calculated how long it would take, 63 years if we carry on with the manpower we have at the moment to finish this. So that's what we do directly for the government. And this involves also the connection between the land and the sea area and hazards mapping. And this is, have to be careful not to forget the natural science Natural History Institute we're collaborating with. This we do in order to do coastal hazards mapping here, specifically in Reykjanes due to the eruptions, and there's direct connection between the EMODNET and mapped onshore geology. You can see the nice lava features there, but it's actually looking like this on the bathymetry or the multi-beam data, and that is in direct collaboration with the Icelandic Coast Guard. So just another project that's with the Icelandic Road Administration. There we were looking at the connection where we have the roads along the coastlines and where we have major landslides just off the coast. So to see how stable is the ground there, because we have a few areas in Iceland where we actually see how the road with the block it sits on, it's slowly sliding into the sea. I see I have 21 seconds. So it's we also I'm also associated with the University of Iceland and the University of Akureyri in the north, and I work together with Bryndís Brandsdóttir, and that's a research project, and that's the active rift zone, the Tjörnes fracture zone, where we do the seafloor bat mapping and also chirp data to see the movements along the faults, and that's within the quaternary section. To see actually here where we have core data, where it can be seen when these faults moved and by how much, basically. So that's a project we are planning to put in another research proposal. So this is kind of a really fast run through, and that's the view of my home fjord. On a Tröllaskaga. Thank you very much.
Any questions? So a very quick question from me. I saw that the OLEX database, is that if you provide data, then you can get access? Is that the way it's arranged, or? Yeah, so it's a paid subscription. Yeah, so it's valuable, but it's definitely not free. Yeah.
especially in such areas. Thank you.
Right.
Awesome.
Hello again. So this is not so short presentation from Geological Survey of Croatia. So some of you mentioned that you're parts of Marine Geology Experts Group for over a decade. Well, for us, we just started as a group in 2011, and most of our funding was, and still is actually, comes from Croatian Science Fund projects. They are almost all led by Slobodan, present here, but also partially and some others. And we also continue through activities as part of geological map of Croatian Adriatic Sea, which is funded by Croatian Geological Survey. Of course, EMODNET. We have more and more international cooperations, which I didn't specifically mention here. And we also have another big project we just started this year, which I will talk about a little bit later, which is mapping of, well, marine habitats in the Croatian continental shelf. This is the team. So basically we started as a team of 3 people, so Slobodan, Nikolina, me, and later joined by Dea. We also have chemists. We also have people working with pollen, ostracods, tephras, and now we have 3 PhD students working in the group. Our equipment is based on sampling platform, which we have with 3-meter piston corer and other standard equipment like grabs and gravity corers, so on. Recently we purchased the sub-bottom profiler in a MAR 2000. We have a multi-beam. Also recently bought a side scan sonar, but we use, of course, the other equipment as well as other sub-bottom profilers, chirps and sparkers and so on. We also have a pretty well established lab with XRD, grain-sized laser diffractometer, CN analyzer, cold storage, electron microscope, and so on. Here I will just present what we did last in previous year or so. Some of the locations from north, Lošinj Cres Island and Kornati Dugi Otok Island, which were mainly focused on marine habitats, and Krka River estuary, which is based on this Science Fund funded QMAD project led by Slobodan. Of course, we have other projects that I didn't mention here. So continuation of QMAD, which lasts now for 2 years, 3 years, 2.5, something like that. We did quite a lot in previous years. Now we finalized our field work with piston coring in the area around island of Zlarin, which is in the I don't know what I said. No, never mind. Also, we did very detailed mapping of submerged and buried tufa barriers in Prokljan area, where we also made a very detailed map of the sediment map. Based on the previous surveys during the QMED project, including multi-beam backscatter and sub-bottom profiling data. We made geomorphological analysis of submerged marine terraced landforms in the area, which range from 210 up to 26 meters below sea level. And also noticed in the sub-bottom profiler data the LGM progradational clinoforms, which is interesting because this is the first data in the Eastern Adriatic coast that we found about the LGM progradation. Also, we continued with data from analysis from the previous researches. So, for example, XRF core scanning, and also here you can see colleagues sampling for ancient DNA in our sediments. This is cooperation with our colleagues from Cambridge University and from Denmark. So, main thing that we are focusing right now is a project involving habitat mapping. Our task is quite extensive one because due to some administrative reasons we only have two years for mapping of at least 6,500 square kilometers of the coastal area. Yeah. And so the aim is to cover with acoustic sounding as well as with modeling of 51% of the whole Croatian Adriatic Sea. Our task as Croatian Geological Survey is seabed mapping of almost 1,300 square kilometers of the area, which we did with full coverage of side-scan sonar and partial coverage of multi-beam and the backscatter. And so we still have to take grub samples and, as necessary, sub-bottom profiles. This is generally the Adriatic Sea, and the pink ones and is the area not very well seen here, but what we need to cover in this project. Light pink is the area that is almost all now covered by Croatian Geological Survey. These are some details. This is the survey made in island of Lošinj Bay with some details of rocks, Posidonia oceanica, which is one of the main focuses of the entire project. And also we did some of the sediment classification. I forgot to mention that one of the tasks of Croatian Geological Survey is the supervised and firstly unsupervised, then supervised classification of the sediments as the basis for the biologists in the continuation to make a habitat map. So other activities involve previously mentioned GSEU WP5 project. We are also parts of a cost action project called Offshore Freshened Groundwater, which is led by Aron Mikalev from Malta, and is focused on using underground and water sources of fresh water regionally. And we did some attendances in conferences. I think Heather mentioned previously, the seafloor landforms process and evolution, and also in Coimbra in Copernicus conference on geomorphology. Also mentioned previously, I think it's better for Slobodan to announce, we are supposed to lead post-conference field work, field trip, sorry, but details may be better for you to say.
Well, I'll be short, so everything is written there. So if you're going to go to Rome, there's an opportunity to go to the Croatian coast in a post-Congress field trip that will take us to these areas of Kornati Island. So we have very nice cliffs and submerged karst features. So these cliffs are about 70 or 80 meters high, and then they plunge into the sea for another 100 meters. So these, both of the field trips are by boat. So they are one-day trips. This is on the other one is on the Krka River, so we can see these tufa barriers. The highest barrier is about 45 meters high, and there are numerous submerged barriers, and also there are MIS-5 barriers that are about 60 meters higher than the barriers that are now present. And also at the end of the river there are the submerged barriers in the estuary that were even larger than the barriers that we have now, let's say. So, thank you.
And this is the area that we are extensively researching right now in this QMOD project. So, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All clear? Okay. No. I think it's yeah.
Thank you, Sutsep. Short highlights from Finland. So if you remember, we still are part of the Environmental Solutions Group. And maybe the main highlight for us is that our group is again getting bigger. So it's already 17 people, 10 of them are geologists. So it's pretty good for us that we have new, clever guys in our group. We still have our 2 research vessels, Geomari and the smaller one, Gridi. Those are working well so far. And important stuff in Finland is that we or GTK is part of the Finnish Marine Research Infrastructure, Finmari, and it's important as that allows us, or it's easier to apply funding from Finnish Academy. Like this year, we got a new multibeam, and the one example is this small sensor there, hyperspectral backscatter sensor for in situ measurements of suspended particle composition. About our work, our work was dominated by commissioned and cooperative basis surveys, as well as these Academy of Finland and other funding source projects like EU-funded projects. Dealing with the commissioned work, this summer we were very busy with the seabed surveys for offshore wind farms. So as many of you, at least in Denmark, I know that you are busy, and that's a very good thing that companies have asked us to do work there, several sites or locations or regions, and work will continue for sure next year. So it's a big thing for us. Dealing with the international projects, of course, this EMODNET project, our EMODNET-Geology in Sheston, we are participating, as well as this EMOD-based China cooperation. And this GSEU was mentioned. We are part of this work package 5. Just shortly about the research projects, there are many, but those two on the left-hand side up are project dealing with the ferromanganese concretions. Those are quite interesting studies, one dealing with the biogeochemistry and microbiology. Another one is dealing with the, those ferromanganese concretions as sources of, or kind of archives of the climate and anthropogenic change. The biggest project we started since we last met is this biodiversity life IP project dealing with the seabed habitat mapping. It's almost 10 years project, funding from EU 20 million euros, so it's pretty good. It's national project, Metsähallitus is coordinating, and our role is to the geological marine habitat mapping, mainly in the Åland region. So, but it's a big thing in Finland, but also a big thing for us. Dealing with the data, we were happy. Ulla was very busy and her colleagues to compile all of the seabed survey lines or track lines data. So now it's published already in the EMODNET portal and as well as in GTK portal. So altogether, this data covers something like 100,000 kilometers of survey lines. So it's quite nice set of information, but as you can see, there are still sea areas where we have not too much information. And then normally a lot of publications, people has been busy, and one publication came from the Prime Minister's office. That was nice that we were participating in that, and it was about national implementation plan for the UN Decade of the Ocean Science, and there the EMODNET was mentioned that it's very important also for Finns to cooperate with the EMODNET. And then cooperation with the universities has continued. We have had several master students and 1 or 2 PhD students at this moment. And then you can see this other participation, like Esak Ekord work. Jonas, our colleague, is our delegate there. And then this ISIS working group, we are participating. And that's it, I think. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So the backscatter data that you, with that new instrument that you would collect, is that all? Is the understanding that will be publicly available, or is it something that?
It will be available.
Okay.
It's a new instrument, so it might take some time as we get the information coming alive.
Right. Any other questions?
I was just curious. Do you work lakes, because it's so plenty of lakes?
That's a really good question. So yeah, we do that. So we have in the central Finland, we have one office. They have done a lot of work, but also our marine geological group, we have done that, and we started that. And exactly we are just building new strategy. So marine geological group will include also the lake sites, as we have, as you know, we have a bit more than 170,000 lakes in Finland, so there's plenty to do. But yeah, that was a good point, so I didn't mention that, but thank you.
Help in looking
yeah, I think so. And as you know, we have quite many saunas in Finland, like 2 million by the lakes, so it's quite a lot. So please welcome.
Is the paper that you mentioned, the UN Decade, is that available in English?
It's abstract in English and probably 2 pages kind of sort, but it's available, and link was there, but I can send that. So it was nice publication, and it was from Prime Minister office, so it's good for us.
I have just a question about the GeoMeasure project. You mentioned the development geotechnical methods. Is that based on samples or is acoustic?
Yeah, good point. So we are dealing together that project with Aalto Technical University. So we do this CP, this free-fall core penetrometer equipment that goes into the sediment, and then we take samples, and those will be already, those are in analyzed progress in this Aalto Technical University. So it's a sampling, but also this CPT sensor, or how do you call FF CPT sensor, and then acoustics also. So it's a new project, and hopefully we will get some nice results.
Okay, it's up to Pedro for Portugal.
Yep. Okay, I hope I'll be short. Well, I'm starting off with this slide saying that we are trying to move from what we used to do, which was essentially exploring and researching, into curation, taking care of the seafloor by cooperating with other divisions of our institution, which are mainly occupied with biology and habitat mapping. And so now we started participating a lot in the marine strategy of classifying habitats and looking at oceanography of the seafloor, of the water column. Okay, so we participated it was very strategic for us to participate in the ERIC of EMSO and EPOS. So EMSO, the European Multidisciplinary Seafloor and Water Column Observatory, and in the Earth Plate Observing System. So these were two ERICs that we participate now, and associated with this, we could develop our laboratories, and this was very important because through this, and also funded by the EA grants, we could buy this the big ship you see there. It's a 75 meters long ship that allowed us to work in the deep waters of the Atlantic, and we also work with this small one, 17 meters long boat. And with this we do well, typical works of multi-beam and backscatter and high to very high seismic resolution, and we also observe the seafloor with the camera. And by doing this, we can cooperate with other scientific groups of our institutions and of other institutions as well. And our group, or our division of marine geology, is more or less split in two. There is one traditional group, which is the strongest, by the way, that works on paleoclimatology and paleoceanography, and they could equip it, thanks to participation in European infrastructures, they could equip it, their laboratory with state-of-the-art laboratories, state-of-the-art equipment that allow us to participate, to look at the samples in state-of-the-art, with state-of-the-art products and analysis. Well, we started, we implemented our collaboration on the European Marine Strategy Framework Directive, and by doing this, we can do a lot of geological mapping during the marine cruises, which, as you can see, they are quite away from Portugal. It's a long way to come here and work there, and that's, well, as you know, it's very expensive, very time consuming, and we apply as many methods as we can. So this was a cruise in 21, that was a cruise last month, during which we found very interesting ore deposits like nodules and crusts of iron and manganese, or bearing cobalt and other minerals. Right now, it's on the way. This JOIS Resolution IODP mission offshore Portugal on paleoclimate, and the co-chief scientist is from our group, Fatima Abrantes, together with the chief scientist, David Hodel. Okay, and that's all, folks.
Thank you. Questions? So a quick one on the IODP. So is it, was this a project that was very long in the making? so that you start many years ago and then finally were successful, or?
What they did was they did a piggyback proposal 2 years ago. So if you know how this works, they had the opportunity of having some days and doing a deep drilling. And then based on that and on previous work, they applied for this proposal, and they won it. I personally made a Magellan workshop for one IODP drilling as well. It didn't pass through, but we made it. And well, if you don't know, there was this scientist Shackleton, who discovered the relationship between oxygen-bearing the curves of temperature based on oxygen on sea bottom sediments. And I think the main contribution of this is they are going to drill cores along the slope, and this will be from 1,000 meters to 4,000 meters. So the big thing is that they will be able to look in the geological record of the Arctic waters, the Mediterranean outflow waters, and the superficial waters. That will be the difference between the past.
Greece.
Thank you. Well, hello again. This is just a brief report of the activities we have been carrying out for the past 1 year and a little bit earlier. The Hellenic Survey of Geology and Mineral Exploration, I think we have discussed this before. It's the successor of the Institute for Geology and Mineral Exploration in Greece. So we're carrying out exactly the same activities. One of the main projects that we are working on for the past 3-4 years is the GeoInfra project. It's a project of geological mapping of Greece for the support of innovation and entrepreneurship, funded by the National Strategic Reference Framework. It has a total budget of about 2,800,000 euros, and from this part, a significant part is allocated to marine geology. So we are mapping the area shown, the area around here. So the project involves the preparatory work with existing data, previously collected samples, and everything we could find from other sources. It involves fieldwork, bathymetry, seismic profile, sampling, and coring. Mainly, we focus on producing a sediment map in scale 1 to 200K, and then data analysis and laboratory work, and finally, the interpretation and mapping. The project has been going on for a few years, but mainly due to bureaucratic issues, the fieldwork started only a couple of weeks ago. And actually, yesterday I received the notification that we will have soon the first data. The marine geology mapping in Greece is carried out, as I mentioned, in a scale 1 to 200,000. And the seabed substrate maps are accompanied with additional geological, geophysical, geomorphological data. So now we are at the stage of completing or updating 2 map sheets in progress, and also an issue of another map sheet that we already had the data, and the ongoing project submitted for the that is for the green area. As I mentioned, we have fieldwork in progress exactly at this area. With the first stage was the bathymetry and seismic profiles and some grab samples, and we will continue with the course. So hopefully next year we will have the data, and we will have some new data to input to the EMODNET project. Apart from the national projects, we're also participating in several EU-funded projects, one of which is the EMODNET-Geology. I'm not going to elaborate a lot about that. Just mention that we are working on producing new and updated data sets in the management and the dissemination. But also, we're making use of all the work carried out in the project by all the partners to use the standards and the principles and best practices to our own databases and data sets. So it's a two-way work. One of the things that we started working on, as we said also yesterday, is the Coastal Ribbon project in the frame of EMODNET, but also because it's something that is of interest in the local authorities and in several other projects that we will be implementing. So we're using the data from onshore. It's a good thing that we're the Geological Institute and Marine Geology is part of the General Geology Department, so we have the data from onshore handy, so that we don't need any additional permits in order to get the data. So we're trying to study, to create a buffer around the coastline and to study the geology, the topography, the geomorphology, the geochemistry, onshore and offshore. So that's it, just some examples. Other projects that we were involved in some small contract projects for the paleocoastline determination, geosites, including coastal landforms, geomorphological mapping, including marine geomorphology features, and coastal landscapes. So towards this scope, we are making use of recent equipment, the UAV also onshore, the drones, and also underwater. Here is an example of a geological mapping of islets using UAV for hard-to-reach areas and the coast and the cliffs. Because, as you all know, the Aegean is full of small islands and that are not inhabited. They have no harbor, so you cannot really go there. You cannot step on the island. Other projects that we are involved in is the Geological Service for Europe, as previously mentioned. We are leader of Work Package 5. We're also participating in Work Package 2, and also we participate in the work of Work Package 6 about the vocabularies. And another project that we participated in the proposal and was successfully evaluated is the S34I, secure and sustainable supply of raw materials for EU industry. And we are leading the task of shallow waters exploration site in collaboration with our Spanish colleagues. Other activities, participation in the Geoservice Marine Geology Marine Expert Group, in the National Commission for Authorization of Marine Research Projects, in the implementation of the Marine Strategy Framework Directive and also Maritime Spatial Planning, and in the implementation of the INSPIRE Directive. So towards this scope, the implementation of the INSPIRE Directive, we're working for onshore and offshore data in the database design according to INSPIRE principles, in the terms translation, and also the use of open source software. So we hope that in the end of the GeoInfra project, also our onshore geology data in scale 1 to 50K will be available according to INSPIRE and harmonized to INSPIRE principles. Another issue that has troubled us is it's not only to work, but people have to do something with the data. And especially with local authorities, this was not a direct connection. So we're now compiling a report about the communication strategy in Greek, so that it will be also given to the people that is necessary to. We are performing a detailed stakeholder analysis, dissemination of products, and also feedback and analysis from the end users. And towards this scope, the dissemination activities, recently there was a presentation in the National Delegates meeting that was carried out, that was held in the Geological Survey of Greece, and also we mentioned the work carried out in the marine part. We participated in the International Congress of the Hellenic Geological Society, held a few weeks ago, with a poster and presentation about the marine geology work carried out. And in early December, we will be participating in the GIS Hellenic Conference, where we will present the EMODNET-Geology as a total, the work carried out of the project, and also our work for the IQUAME initiative. In general, the marine geology principles followed at the Hellenic Survey are, we can say they have three pillars. We're working towards acquisition of new data through projects and through collaborations. Data reuse, following the EU principle, collect once and use many times by digitization, applying standards, applying the INSPIRE Directive, dissemination, and also cross-border sharing. And finally, we're working towards reaching the end users by analysis, communication strategy, interaction, and also providing products that are suitable for the needs of the end users. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions?
Thanks very much. Great to see that you are going to produce new data about this communication strategy, about this feedback survey from end users, how you are going to implement that, or are you sending questionnaires? Or
we have a questionnaire, and we're sending it already, and we'll be sending it in the future to people that are requesting data or are requesting information about data. And I can tell you that the last 3 to 4 months, we have more requests because we have started being a little bit more active in dissemination. Also, there are projects about the wind farms on shore that there is more need for data. Thanks.
So in Cyprus, we do not have an oceanographic vessel, but we take advantage of all the data given to us by other researchers that usually we license for their work in Cyprus, because we're a member of the National Hydrocarbon Advisory Committee, and as you know, there's a lot of activity in exploration for oil and gas offshore Cyprus. And we're in charge of all the data and the borehole cores, so we have a repository for archiving all these cores, and that's where a lot of our data comes from. A lot of our data also comes from geotechnical investigations that take place offshore. For example, recently we have 2 new projects, the Eurasia Interconnector, which is an EU electricity highway, funded and sponsored by the EU, which will take electricity from Israel, Cyprus, into Greece and the rest of the EU, and vice versa, the other way also. And the other big project that is on hold is the East Mediterranean pipeline, which will take gas from the offshore fields of Israel and Cyprus to Europe in order to become independent from Russian gas. Other marine projects we do focus a lot on the coast, because we have a very big coast and we're very touristic coast, so we attempt to know how to manage it and preserve it. So one of these projects recently finished was the Sarosai project, which plotted a lot of the recent coastlines, the Pleistocene coastlines, and this is one of the projects that gave me data for creating data for our submerged landscapes work package. Other projects was the Wallis database, where we participated together with, in collaboration with Israel, for submitting data about the last glacial maximum and the marine isotope stage 5E. Which also gave us a lot of data for the submerged landscapes work package of EMODNET. Another project that we just started, and I think a lot of other countries are participating, is the Coast Wave, which is funded by UNESCO. It's a project for fighting tsunamis, with a pilot project in the city of Larnaca, and our first tsunami poster in Greek. Another marine project is studying the seismicity of the offshore, and not only on the onshore. We have 2 seismic stations offshore, which with continuous online data feeding our live seismology center that you can visit and see online all the earthquakes happening. We contributed a lot to the recent marine spatial planning in 2022, the new law that establishes that anything taking place in the sea has to be licensed, just like onshore marine planning strategy, in both the territorial waters in details and also the exclusive economic zone, taking account of where all the energy activities are, where all the tourist activities are, the energy highways, either electricity or gas, or the transportation industry, the tourist and the Posidonia, everything is, or where the fisheries are, where the fishing is, and especially where all the archaeology we need to protect is. So the EMODNET, I'm finished with EMODNET. This is some of the most recent data we created for the Holocene coastlines, the sea level index points, and the archaeological sites for our new and very interesting for us because of our heritage, the submerged landscapes work package. That's all. That's all I had to say.
Questions?
The seismometers, how far are they or how deep are they?
As you know, offshore Cyprus is very deep, which is one of the reasons that exploration and exploitation took so many years to happen. Our deepest waters are at 3,000 plus meters. The two seismometers offshore are offshore. They're at Osteni Seamount. I think there are 2,500 and some meters. Yes, it's live. It's live. It's on a subsea network.
Okay, thanks. Hello. Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about what we have been doing at the survey in Norway the last year. You have seen this figure before. We have quite big areas to cover with mapping in Norway. Offshore areas are around 2 million square kilometers. The coastal areas are about 100,000 square kilometers, and the coastal line in Norway is 100,000 kilometers if you count along the mainland. So it's a big area. Mariano is only covering the offshore areas, so we have been running marine base map projects in the coastal zone for approximately 20 years. Over the past 3 years we have had a bigger project. I will show you a little bit. If you haven't been to the Mariano website, you should visit it, because here you can find a lot of data from the Mariano project and other projects too. You see all the maps we have produced since 2005. You see all news articles. You see all lists of publications and reports and everything that has been produced. So I think there is a new website is coming, but still you see all the products here. So it's a good place to visit. This, you can't see this, of course, but the figure to the left shows areas that are considered especially vulnerable and valuable in Norwegian waters. You have the blue areas in the Barents Sea, the green areas in the Norwegian Sea, and the red areas in the North Sea and Skagerrak. So these are the areas that the management in Norway, the environmental agencies and fisheries management prefer to visit first to map and get full control on. The map to the left shows areas where there has been multi-beam mapping in this year. You can see that you can't see it, but there are some yellow spots south of Svalbard in the middle part of the Barents Sea, and there are some yellow areas in the Skagerrak. That is where new multi-beam data were collected this year. And we have separate cruises for geology and biology, and those cruises this year were around Svalbard, to the north of Svalbard, east of Svalbard, and west of Svalbard. So we had two big cruises, one with a Norwegian ship, Geosars, that we use often, and one with an Irish ship for the first time. We needed a ship that could go into the ice, and we have been waiting for this cruise for several years, because the only Norwegian ship that can do that is occupied all the time. So now we finally managed to map these areas to the north of Svalbard in the ice, very close to the ice and into the ice, in fact. So we make maps in several scales. We have the overview maps of geology. We have the regional maps that we produce in Mariano in scale 1 to 100,000 and 200,000. And then we have the detail maps in 1 to 20,000 along the coast, which you can see with the red squares here. So this year we were on cruises around Svalbard, as I told you. We have had a pilot project for marine base maps going for 3 years that is finishing just now. And I don't know if you can see. No, you can't see. One of the pilot areas is in Stavanger in southwest Norway. One pilot area is in further north on the coast, and one in the north of Norway. So all these maps have been finished now and are published on the net. I'm going to present the last area at the meeting in Tromsø next week, in fact. So here you can see the 3 areas that are mapped in the pilot project. We have spent 10 million euros over 3 years now, together with the Norwegian Mapping Authority and the Institute of Marine Research to do the mapping in these areas. Other tasks have been to develop methods for mapping in the coastal zone and to establish a marine base maps program for the coastal zone as a national mapping program. This proposal was delivered a year ago to the government, but because of war and inflation and rising interest rates and so on, we didn't get money for 2023. But we don't give up, so the proposal will be submitted again for 2024. So it's a very big proposal for many years, and we hope, of course, that we will manage to start it. So it will, if it goes through, it will be something similar to Mariano for the coastal zone. So this is the last area in the Troms area that was mapped and finished a few days ago now. So now all the maps from this area is out. They are out. And one good thing in this area is that mapping on land has been done at the same time. So this is the first area in Norway where we really managed to link onshore and offshore geology at the same time while we are mapping. So this will be a demonstration area for how we can do it in the coastal zone, really, and to map this white area without data, really. Here the data goes very close to the coast. Yeah. So we have many other projects at survey in marine geology. I won't list all of them, but they focus on shallow gas hydrates, geohazards, weathering processes, shelf stratigraphy, and paleoclimate. So approximately half of the activity in marine geology is on projects like this. The CAGE project, that was the Center for Arctic Gas Hydrate Environment and Climate that has been running for 10 years now. It's ended. It's going to end now before Christmas. And NGU has been an important partner in that project. So finally, this is our existing vessel, Seisma. 2 years ago, we got money from the government to build a new, more modern vessel. And that is being built in Finland now. So next week it will be put on sea. I hope it won't sink. So, and it will be delivered in Trondheim, 15th of January. So that will be very exciting. So we have been strongly involved in the process of building the ship, constructing, deciding all the details and all equipment that is in it. So it's very well equipped with modern equipment. So it will be very exciting to start testing it and trying everything up between Christmas and Easter, really. And hopefully everything will be ready and the ship will be ready for use after Easter. One thing I haven't mentioned is that last year we also bought a small boat to use on lakes, 20 feet or something like that. And that is also equipped with a multi-beam and a pinger. So we have possibilities to map in both lakes and coastal zone and everywhere, really, in cooperation with others. So it's people from the Quaternary Geology and the Geohazards group at NGU who use this small vessel the most to map the lakes. Yeah, and you can find our results on several web portals, both at the service web portal, Mariano, the Institute of Marine Research, the Mapping Authority, and other places. Yes, that's all.
The new vessel, does it carry a LiDAR for mapping the coastline as well?
We thought of that, but we have spent all the money. But there is possibility for it. So There are two multi-beam echo sounders, EM2040, EM712. To pass, we have an ROV, we have a HIPAP, there will be a gravimeter on board. So a lot of different equipment.
What are the measures, length, and how many scientists can accommodate?
It's 24 meters. It's a coastal vessel. It's not a big vessel. It's completely stuffed with equipment. And this is a hybrid vessel, so we can also run on pure electricity for a few hours. So there is a battery we set 2 hours in 5 knots. You can stop the main engines and just use the generators to load the battery, and it will be very exciting to see how fast we can go then.
So just for your information, we'll do a few more and then we'll take a short break just to get a drink or go to the toilet. One of the things I want to ask is, obviously, as individual surveys, we have some nice and some even nicer websites show and explain what we all do, and I think there's a lot to learn from it. So it would be nice to, under the GSEU in Work Package 5, to see if we can make an overview of the functionality that we have. You know, I'm seeing things that have to do with signature databases, showing how things look, with all kinds of functionality in portals. When we know what is there, it's also much easier to select and adopt what works best. So I think that would be a possibility.
Okay, thank you. So our new ship, the Belgica, came into our waters in November 2021, and it has been operational since February this year. So I had personally 3 cruises, and I can say it's a wonderful ship. So it's 72 meters. It's very, very stable, and the food is lovely. So in fact, it's built to be able to take any kind of big infrastructure in Europe. So it can take lots of coring instrumentation. So the ship itself has only, from itself, a piston corer, but it can take vibro corers or the MEBO from Germany is possible. So there is also a whole series of acoustic instruments. So I think 3 multi-beam systems, then multi-frequency single beam systems, then the Topaz PS18, ADCPs. It's a whole acoustic concert, and we also have the K-Sync to then alternatively shoot the acoustics. Okay. So a lot of our work is on the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So there we are responsible for the evaluation of physical changes of the broad-scale habitat types. So we have to be able to assess physical loss and physical disturbance related to all the human activities. And particularly one of our big attention points is burial of gravel beds. So we don't have much of gravel on our shelf. It's regarded as a biodiversity hotspot. So a lot of environmental impacts are focused towards that. What is the chance that these activities would cause burial of our gravel beds? And this is also taken up by NGOs, so we have to carefully monitor that. And this also takes, or means that we have to map at different scales and also to be able to assess long-term changes. So fortunately, we have now our shelf. It's only 3,600 square kilometers, so I'm a bit ashamed compared to the 2 million of Rudolf. But anyhow, so it's now fully covered with multi-beam, except for the first wind park. So the white area there is our first wind farm area in Belgium. So we have it at a resolution of 1 meter, and I've personally went through all of the data. My eyes are still a bit like this, I guess. Anyhow, so these data are quite fantastic, and our new seabed sediment map would be based on that. So for instance here, so it's maybe a bit weird here, but on these maps, all of the areas are in white, where you have limited to no bed forms. And basically, offshore, this means that you are directly in the gravel beds. So anything offshore than that, all of these white spots, is can you exactly delineate where the gravels are. Here in the coastal zone, it's mostly mud, but at some spots also gravel. So, so this is really, in fact, delineating from the morphology what kind of sediment type it would be. So, I hope I will not prove myself wrong, but I think that with such high-resolution data, that the topographic expression of the seabeds will be able to tell you what kind of sediment it is, to be further tested. Anyhow, so we also have to monitor the changes of these habitats, and therefore we have now a seafloor integrity network that already for half of our, or at least in the areas where there are habitat changes, so offshore it's mostly sand. But so here all of these lines, they cross the major habitat types, and especially they are at the edges of transitions from sand to gravel or from sand to mud. And this is the idea that we really monitor habitat extents and that we can follow that into time. So with the new Belgica, we now also standard take topaz along to look at the sub-bottom profiler imagery. So here you see then that these surfaces then polygonized. So for the time being, so the grids are in fact at 1 meter resolution, but then the lines are crazy, of course, the detail. So I now generalize it to 1 to 50,000. So we have to see what we do further. So last week, actually, on the Belgica, it was our first successful attempt to really demonstrate the burial of gravel. So in that box score there, you see 2 gravel pebbles like this, and actually they were overgrown. So that there was, they must have been recently buried anyhow. And so this kind of burial we are in fact after. So this sits completely within the error that you make with the bathymetry. So it's only 10 centimeter or 15 centimeter of burial. And so this is now, now we plan our samples really in those transition zones, sand to gravel. Formerly they would have failed, but now we seem to have more luck that we can actually demonstrate what we are talking about. And here is a detail of this map. So at this scale you don't see too much. And if you could look at my screen, it's much more nicer. But so we do some analyses on the maps to clearly show the transitions from sand to mud here. You also clearly see all kinds of dredging, spurs, and whatever kind of thing that happened on the seafloor you clearly see. And what we are indeed after is how these transitions would shift in time. But these maps are really very powerful in doing that. Furthermore, one of our biggest monitoring programs is related to marine aggregate extraction, and now we have the focus there on the far field estimation, and especially in related to sediment plumes and how they would again also bury those gravel beds. So also last week we used all the acoustics on board and we chased a couple of ships when they were dredging or when they were dumping material. So with the acoustics, we had a sediment plume model guiding us where to actually go and measure. And then once we saw it appearing on the multi-beam, we had our carousel already on the water. So it's instrumented with, I think, 8 sensors or something. Then we went in yo-yo. And I must say everyone was very happy. At least we had a good feeling when we left the boat. We will see now how the data look like. So there also we have a list holo now also since this year to look at the particle shapes of whatever then is released, also to improve on the modeling. So in the Geological Service for Europe, it's our aim to really strengthen our forces within in our institute and to work together with the Geological Survey on implementing a structural framework of all kinds of models that exist on the Belgian shelf. Because last years, it really goes fast. So in 2019, we had the tiles model, so with the subsurface of the Quaternary. Since then, there is already a model near the coast. Of course, now all of the geophysics and geological mapping is done by private companies offshore. So we thought, first we were dreaming of the tiles model and feeding it with any kind of other information. We have left this idea, and we merely believe that we need to build something that can harmonize and that can integrate different models, 2D models, 3D models, voxels or something else, but that we can bring it together in one framework. And this is what we would like to try out in the GSEU. So we are actually now awaiting 2 project proposals approval. One still has to be submitted, but anyhow, the left one is we should know next week. So one is on the sustainable use of nature-based solutions. So also with the tiles model, everyone is now quite aware that our sand resources are pretty scarce on our shelf, but still, especially the dredging industry is still dreaming of having dune for dikes along the whole of our coast. And now everyone said, well, we don't have the sand to do this. Still, we have now a project to still investigate the possibilities, but above all, to look at alternative sand sources. So not to use anymore the valuable offshore sands, but looking at the suitability of the disposal grounds. So now we know that these are quite heterogeneous and quite muddy, but maybe for a dune for dike solution, it might be okay. So there are engineers an engineering group. They will look what you can do and build with mixed sediments, with muddy sediments. So what are the optimal criteria to build that? And the other aspect is that within an ecosystem services framework, that the environmental impact of extraction would be calculated and would then be balanced against the benefits that the nature-based solution would bring on the coast. So because in Belgium it will be tricky, so you will have to be able to, you will have to convince the stakeholders to take the sand to do this. And for us, we will be involved in the alternative sand sources, but we will also work on cumulative risk modeling of all the bottom disturbing activities. So over a year's time, we will be modeling disturbance from disposal, from aggregate extraction, from wind farms, from any kind of activity that disturbs the bottom, and then see if you have cumulative hotspots where all of that finer material would go to. And the second project that we are actually working on right now is that also in the framework that we are in a sediment-staffed system, that more and more models are showing that sandbanks behave differently when the sand resource is getting scarcer. And we want to understand this better. And with the tiles model, we clearly have now model input on where the non-erodible layers are at the substrate, but also within the banks. And now we will be modeling how a sandbank on the long term behaves. So it will want to restore itself, but when the sand is not there, what happens then? It will want to take sand for restoration. If it's not there, we already have seen that morphologies, asymmetries can flip over. The dunes will start trying to grave, how do you call it, to dig deeper. Yeah. So there are also in bed form morphology, you have done 2D to 3D transitions. So we want to work to some kind of morphodynamic indicators of a changing system. Good. It's still something that we, and this time it would be the Dutch paying, and we would go along. Then my colleagues of the Geological Survey, they also have a project on North Sea, so that's on the Storiga slide. So if you would be interested on that, so it's also on tsunami deposits, then please tell me. And then indeed the report on sand and sustainability, and now we will see what the follow-up of that is. So, so I'm expecting that there will be some initiatives spinning off from that. So I will happily feedback that to you. Thank you.
Questions for Vera? If not, we'll do one more, and then we'll take a short break. Teresa.
Well, first of all, I would like to explain that since the end of the last year, now we are part of the National Research Council. Most of the research institutions in Spain belong to this organization. I would like also to mention, because there are new people in the group, that we do not own any ship. In Spain, all the ships, the small and the big ones, belong to the army and to the National Research Council. So when when a proposal is granted, you get a time ship, and you get the ship. There are different ships, and you get the one which is more suitable for the purposes of the project. And there is a committee which organizes the calendar of the ships. Last year we finished the Explosi project, which was aimed to the exploration and the research on hydrothermal vents in Antarctica, in the Bransfield Strait, and also in the Azores Island. This project was carried out in collaboration with the Estructura da Missão para la extensión de la plataforma continental from Portugal. And now we have just been granted with a new proposal was granted. The name is Atlantis, and it's also aimed to study submarine hydrothermal systems and resources, mineral deposits associated to these hydrothermal systems, also in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and in the Canary Islands. In this project, the Polish Geological Institute is going to collaborate with us, as they have also, they are working nearby the study area in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. You see here a picture of the area we explore in the Explosi project. And also you have some hydrothermal system in Antarctica on the right-hand side. Well, we have also finished the three projects. The Mine the Sea, that was led by the Geological Survey of Spain. And we produced different metallogenic maps. It was a catalog, a complete catalog of mineral resources was carried out. And we also produced a map of critical elements. All this information, well, part of this information was also, as I mentioned before, included in the FRAME project. And finally, we also participate in the GARA project aimed to the assessment of selected hydrocarbon systems. Now, in the new it was last month, we were very happy because two projects have been approved. One is the S341 that already Irene mentioned before, because we are working with them, and it's aimed to research new methods to support mineral exploration and monitoring of extraction. And our work will be aimed mainly to shallow waters, to study some places and critical metals related with this deposits. The other project is the Trident, which is aimed to study to study the environmental impact of the extraction and exploitation of minerals in deep waters. In this project, most of the tests will be developed in the Canary Island, and where we have a lot of data and we have a long experience on the sea and working on the sea mounts there. Well, in the Geological Service for Europe project, we participate on coastal in Work Package 5 with all. We participate in coastal vulnerability and also on offshore wind farm siting. In Work Package 2, we are going to, one of my colleagues, Javier González, is going to lead the study of the marine mineral deposits to evaluate the critical as part of the critical raw materials maps that they are going to do. And we also participate in Work Package 9 in Task 2 about the strategic research and innovation agenda, which is led by the French, by Buriem and ICME. About geological mapping, we, apart from the EMODNET-Geology, last year we finished an atlas, a digital atlas of the Spanish continental margin, where you can find different type of information. And we are now preparing. We are going to have a new website, and we would like to implement a new page where you can see all the information we have about the continental shelf. And now, just to finish, I would like to mention that we are working very hard now and for the next 2 years in the extension of the continental shelf, because now the subcommission in the United Nations, in the Commission of the Limits of the Continental Shelf, is examining now the submission made by Spain west of the Galicia margin. So we have a lot of work now in this issue. And we'd like to finish with this new coastal ribbon. And you can see how the coast changes, how an island grows very quickly. It's the eruption of La Palma that took place last year. And now it's finished. But still people, it's not possible to come back to their houses because there are a lot of gases in the basement of the houses, so they cannot come back. They still cannot come back, but for us it was one of the best opportunities to study such a volcanic phenomena, but for the people it was really very sad, and there was a lot of people lost their houses, the agriculture, it was really destroyed, but now they start recovering. So with this beautiful picture, thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. So I'd like to keep the break a bit limited because we want to have some time to freshen up before the party starts, obviously. After the break, it's 10, and we all want to be here when he gives his talk, so not more than 10 minutes, I would say.
on the shelf. We primarily focus on the coastal areas, the GSI, with our small fleet of boats. We have 4 small boats. This project will run till 2026. This year, the season has been a bit shorter for some sort of internal reasons of the GSI in terms of procurement, so we had to shorten it a bit, and we focus primarily on some areas on the East Coast and a couple of bays on the West Coast. The weather has been very bad as well, and that affects us a lot because our boats are small. Not that much with the big boats, they can stay there mapping the shelf, but for the coastal areas, they have to come inside, so there's no activity. We have the Cherish project coming to an end. That's an interesting one, an Interreg Wales-Ireland cooperation. We are in the last 6 months of these projects. This is looking at coastal, climate, and heritage. And it's been an interesting exercise because Interregs, as some of you might already know, they have this big component of end user, how to get the end user feedback, the end user contributions. So it's been quite a lot of effort in outreach and dissemination. But it has worked pretty well on both sides. On the Wales sides, which is primarily on urban area, coastal areas, and on the Irish side, which is primarily on non-urban areas, looking at this heritage from shipwrecks to any submerged landscapes, anything like that. We've used a variety of instrumentation to map these things and even to monitor, to look at the change as very important, the time frame of the project. I'm going to go into detail into EMODNET bathymetries and geology. We've been here all these days, and we know about that. The mine sea has also been explained. We are partners. That has come to an end now, so it's just one of these projects that's finished. It's good to see the results out and how we can maximize them. Anis Hydro was even before finish. Then we have 2 projects changing topic now, moving away from the marine area, which we have been talking so far. That's been offshore, mapping the offshore, multi-beam mapping, shallow seismic, and so on, taking samples and all that, the usual. We're going into the other portfolio of the GSI, which is the coastal part. Then coastal, we have 2 major. We contribute to many programs, but we have 2 major programs working, which they have a correlation with the new CSA project as well, in terms of Work Package 5 there. So it's the coastal vulnerability mapping. We are doing a national map of what we call a CVI index map, so coastal vulnerability index map, to map the different areas based on risk, similar to what coastal behavior, the Work Package 5 has, but with the particularities of Ireland using a multi-variable approach. Then it's also, that is the area that has been done has been on the East Coast so far, and we just go clockwise, clockwise going up to Donegal, which we will finish. So we focus on the eastern coast. The reason being is because it is where there is more pressure in terms of erosion happening on that part. It's quite important. That brings me to the last one, which is a project that just finished now, the ESA Coastal Erosion and Space Project. It was funded by ESA with partners from many countries, Spain included, also UK with the BGS was included. There was ISPRA as well from Italy, and there was even a Canadian partner, and led by a French-British company. And we had the main role of the end user in the validation of these products. This project looked at coastal change from the space, and how can we monitor that? How can we be sure that the products that are out are useful for our type of organizations, that we can put out there on the web, as for instance mapping erosion, and we can be confident that this is a useful piece of information. The project, after 3 years, has come back with quite interesting results, particularly in areas that for me have been a surprise, and I think it's good to share. I was coming more from in fact, my specialization is in optical remote sensing. That's where I come from. And so I was a bit, not reluctant, but I didn't pay a lot of attention to the other big component, which is the radar component, the SAR component, and that was clearly at the end maybe the winner in those latitudes, in the latitudes up north. Whereas in the countries up in the south, France, Spain, and Italy, for instance, the optical obviously performed very well. So it's a cloud cover issue. But it was interesting surprises, and hopefully we will be able to put the outputs on our web so that people can actually see that. I think that brings me to an end to this just a short, brief update. And if you want more information, you can dive into the websites and the Infomar, and the Marine Institute will have some information on the Tom Crane, this new vessel with all the new specifications. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions? I have a quick question, and that's on, so how can the coastal work feed into the EMODNET work package 5? And I promised Cherith to ask you about the coastal vulnerability especially.
Yes, it's done. It's done. The GIS is done for a big chunk of area. We have to put in our web service. We're struggling with that. It's lack of staff, but we don't have any problem to submitting it to EMODNET for that part. And the report that goes with it, I'm just finalizing it. So it's a matter of it's done.
Right.
So the CDI, that's for the CDI.
And the coastal migration, so the coastline change itself, is that something that can be?
Coastal erosion goes together with the CDI. One of the layers, it will go synchronous at the same time. So we will deliver now exactly for that area, and then what the ESA project has produced is in other areas some remote sensing coastal migration. Good news is that we have a new national coastal land cover map for Ireland, which will probably be useful as well for the new assignment.
That's great.
Yes.
Great news.
We have just got to get the copyright right, but that should also be
wonderful. All right, let's go on to Sten's 30 slides, which he promises to present very quickly.
This is minimum. Okay, thank you. I promise to go quickly through my slides. Therefore, I beginning from geological overview. Okay, I just want to say that Estonia is situated very important place that we are directly between the Fennoscandian Shield and the East European platform. And therefore, it affected much our seabed. You see it, it's the northern part. This is Fennoscandian crystalline basement rocks, and you nicely see the sedimentary cover what we have, and we have a two system of the clints, Baltic Clint, Silurian Clint, and Devonian Clint. And we have, of course, relatively very long coastline, and also we have a relatively big sea area. Our exclusive economic zone is that if you're comparing it with mainland area, it's like 80% of mainland area. Yeah, and we have quite small team. We are acting on the Department of Marine Geology and Geophysics, maybe 5 persons, employees are involved in marine geology and geological survey itself. That we are now 5 years already as governmental institution under the Ministry of Economics and Communication. So we don't have any big ship. We have quite a small boat or boat. But of course, our equipment is very mobile, and we can put our geophysical equipment for every vessel, and we are quite well equipped. That we are also geophysical stuff and multi-beam and side scan and magnetometer also. And all our instruments are collected into one system, and we are using the Meridata company from Finland who supporting us with software and hardware installing. Of course, we are do some geological mapping. At the moment, we are focusing our very shallow area. It's Moonsund archipelago. And you see it that on this figure, this cross-section, it's a water depth maybe only 5-6 meters, but we are able with our good boomer to penetrate down to the surface of the sedimentary rocks. And also, if you go deeper, it's able also to penetrate out the sedimentary rocks until the crystalline basement level is marked by reddish color on the uppermost figure. Okay, and because we don't have big ship to drill it, then we are also using the ice if it's cover some area of the sea, and then we are doing also drillings from the ice. Okay, this is some result that we don't use the multi-beam mapping. We are using the Estonian maritime hydrographic mapping data, but it's quite good. And if you put our data, you see the left figure shows seabed relief, but if you make the 3D relief for the bedrock layers, for example, then we can go down to 60 meters. And of course, we have other geophysics methods like magnetometry. Okay, and also for us, offshore wind farms are a very hot topic. That we also, because you see on this right figure, there are these gray areas, they marks spatial planning areas where the offshore wind farms are planned. There are very, very huge areas, and for our side, that in Estonia, this planning goes this way, that there are no any geological data for added. And we now made several overviews of these areas using the older data, and you see here that we have maybe sometimes 50 meters on this area, very, very, very soft sediments. It will be very tricky to put wind farms there. We will see what will happen. And for this, we also digitize some older data to use seaspeak software. Okay, then we have some environmental project that we are looking methodology to assess good environmental condition in seabed. It's like common countries. And then we also making the coastal monitoring program. At the moment, we are go more to offshore. We are looking at the geophysical methods for underwater. Okay, and of course, EMODNET is our goal also. And then international cooperation, we made 2 cruises just 1 month ago, maybe. We make 1 cruise with Finnish ship Aranda, and another was Stockholm University's research vessel Electra. And it's the same picture what Henry showed when GTK will provide us piston coring. And then this is a picture from the Aranda cruise where we focusing to the ferromanganese areas. We took lots of pore water samples. And also we made some RV observations. It was like first time when we can use RV observation on our ferromanganese concretion area, and then we use some kind of area what looks like it's maybe some covered with these pockmarks. And when we cover it, now it is a multi-beam, and you see it, yeah, it's a very nice bookmarks, and all is connected with this ferromanganese concretion and the microbial mats, and it's a very, very, very interesting topic. And we are now making cooperation with Finnish colleagues, GTK, and then Norwegian Geological Survey, and then Stockholm University to go further with this. Okay, and then we use also the Electra last year. It was connected this sad story with this Estonian wreck. That we looked at the seabed around the Estonian wreck, and there is my 30th slide.
Questions, anyone? Well, just wonderful to see all those beautiful pictures and good work going
30
on.
pictures always better than monks.
So I do realize we are running a little bit behind schedule, but most of the time the later points in the agenda go quicker than what is in the agenda. So we'll make up some time. Don't worry too much.
Thank you, Sisha. I'll try to do it a bit fast. First, I will introduce you to my group, to the group in the Department of Marine Geology. We are now about 20 people placed in not in Copenhagen at the main office, but in the city of Aarhus. Been there for 5 years, and that's the main marine department. We are 16 scientists and technical and survey crew beside that. Then we have a Copenhagen group also. You might know some of the faces. We have a glaciology and climate group. More than these, but these are just representatives from a bigger group working with the fjords in Greenland waters, the guys over there, and Department of Geophysics, John Hopper and Thomas Funk, that are working geophysics a bit deeper, also mostly in the North Atlantic and the Barents Sea at the moment. Of course, we are. We have our name is Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland, so we have responsibilities in both parts of the kingdom. I will present to you some. I picked some of the projects that's most relevant for this group from Danish waters and from Greenlandic waters. And it's not a big surprise that wind power is taking a lot of our times. Also, I put this slide for you because also to connect to the political observance of and ambitions of developing offshore wind power in Northern Europe. Now we are in Northern Europe. The politicians from the North Sea met in Esbjerg in May 2022, and the ministers of environment from all the Baltic countries, including Germany and Finland, and the Baltic countries and Denmark, met in the island of Bornholm in August. And they have made this beautiful decision or ambition of making the target of the wind power increasing to 65 gigawatt in the North Sea before 2030 and 19 gigawatt in the Baltic before 2030. And why I mention this? Yes, because no wind farm development without marine geology, and that's clear after the talks we had today and all the previous days. We are actually Geos made just a short history. Denmark is I think more or less the lead in developing of offshore wind for now since 1991. We have 15 offshore wind farms in North Sea and the inner waters, 2.3 gigawatt. And there are two ways of getting permit for development. There's one governed by the Danish agency who actually send out specific tenders for areas where companies can bid, and the other one is open door procedure where any company can ask for a permit for preliminary investigations. And there was an open round this spring, and more than 47 companies actually applied for permit for pre-investigations, and that's something. Beside that, the Danish Energy Agency has their program, and we are in the lucky situation that we actually signed a 3 years program with the Energy Agency to help them to locate areas suitable for offshore wind. We will during the next 2-3 years make geophysical surveys. We are making geological conceptual models for areas where the potential for offshore wind is present. And we are also going into the geotechnical evaluation, which is a new area for us. So we need to build up some capacities on the geotechnic. and during collaboration with new partners, which we didn't work together with previously. We also have asked to make an evaluation of the geoarchaeological evaluation or issues at this stage. So we are busy. We are very busy. We actually have a ship in the water now until mid-December to fulfill the first mapping. This is the 2022 areas. It's the most remote areas where we have the lowest coverage, data coverage so far. So we try to close some of the gaps, data gaps. Next year we will go to the North Sea and continue the program in the North Sea. But I want to just also mention that we also are asked to develop or to host a national database of all offshore energy data, and that will be a separate part of GEOS database. So it's we suggested to the Energy Agency that it should be like a portal, so that it's accessible from Google or whatever, whoever wants to go to the energy offshore energy portal, they can look into it. So we will sit on all data from collected from the agency, but also from the private enterprises. There will soon be a legislation that will force all the private enterprises to send copy to GEOS database. So we have, and I don't know the regulation, but I guess after 5 years or even before, they will be open for research. Yeah, another side of the energy development is the planning of an energy island in the North Sea. We also have a development going on in the Baltic Sea near Bornholm, but this one is actually an artificial island going to be built in the middle of the North Sea, 200 kilometers off the Danish west coast. So we have been out mapping for 60 million cubic meter sands for the foundation or the infilling of the fundament. That's a bit, and we found it, yeah. But also here we have to develop or come up with a conceptual model of the subsurface geology. And that's actually not only the quaternary, but it's also the pre-quaternary we are looking into. There have been made two or three 70 meters cores already in the area. So we're really gaining a lot of stratigraphic information and which we can use for the science also. But I think I always show this this slide. We have every year a marine aggregate program also mapping for another agency, and that we also have this year, which makes life even more tough because we are going at sea 10 months a year now. This year we are all over the place in the waters, also near Bornholm. So it's a long-lasting program, and we will come up with also evaluation of the aggregates in all these areas. Yeah, and then we also have a program for the energy or for the MSFD program, UNIS program for the Environmental Protection Agency. And this year we went to Bornholm to make surveys in some of the Natura 2000 areas. Another project which has nothing to do so far with the development of the offshore energy. It's more looking into the historical energy production. We have a project looking into the related to the platform abandonment, and that's actually a program starting before the invasion of Ukraine. So we are actually about to close down the gas production in the North Sea. So this is part of the abandonment of the previous production in the North Sea. So The project looks into to the methane seepage and focus of the origin of the methane. Is it thermogenic, or is it geological origin? I mean, or is it something related to the production? We have a postdoc working on this. Finally, I will show you a few shots on the Greenland projects. We have a project, a landslide project. This is near the island of Disco in the western Greenland. My colleague Lara Perez, some of you know from Spain. She's project leader on this. And as you see with this beautiful multi-beam, you can see the slides coming out in Veigat, this sound called Veigat. The overall goal is to make a history of how often these slides actually occur. So we have been taking, I think, 30 cores in them last September. And we and the reason why is that actually there have been some recent slides with tsunamis actually overflowing some of the small bygds or villages in Greenland, which cost human lives also. So there's a big focus in Greenland. Yeah, I think I'll just speed up a little bit. The last slide, I guess this is my colleague Paul Knuds, who has been successful with the application of IODP in Western Greenland, northwestern Greenland. It's been postponed and postponed due to COVID, and he was afraid that this was going to be cancelled, but successfully it will run in a year, next year, August, October. And the overall aim is a late Cenozoic history of Greenland ice sheets. So they're planning to take 7 cores across the shelf, and also on the more offshore part of the area. That's a ecosystem and also a climate change baseline study in this part. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Pedro first, and then.
I was curious on the first slide.
First slide.
Yes, because I'm sorry. On the second one, yeah. On the left corner, on the bottom.
Yeah.
There are 2 Sophia Rebellion. Is that true?
That's 1 Sophia Rebellion. Yeah.
Okay, so the second is wrong.
Oh yeah, you know Sophia. But yeah, but that's a good point. That was a test. That was a test. Yeah. So you are way.
So it passed.
I thought you were really.
Okay, so.
I have person those who live in the area around Denmark. And you had thought that those are a good thing for you because everything asks for the marine geology contribution. Do you have studied if those in this position that have this distance and have the chain, the kill chain of this area?
The water area?
Can become not a big producer of energy, but a big ecology pumps.
Well, all assessment studies. And
sorry, can you speak on the mic?
Sorry, the data we. So we also have to
evaluate the habitats in this round. Okay, yeah, I have no more to say, so I just. Is that answering to your question, Sokol? Does that answer?
So you have to evaluate.
We are also collecting data for habitat evaluation and for the evaluation of the environmental assessment studies. So it's run parallel to the geological mapping, so to speak. So we actually provide the agency with both sets of data before they decide where to develop or continue the development of offshore wind farms. Yeah.
Dorota, it's your turn.
Good afternoon once more. Polish Geological Institute, National Research Institute, acts as a Polish Geological Survey. There haven't been much changes in our structure. We still have headquarters in capital in Warsaw, then several regional branches, and the core of Marine Geology Group is settled in Gdańsk, in Marine Geology branch in Gdańsk, but there are some specialists who work as well in different branches, in example in Pomeranian branch, or we cooperate with the geoengineering group in Warsaw as well, in marine geology work, especially for external offshore wind farm projects. I'm looking at this time. It's one of our flagship ongoing project is geological integrated coastal zone mapping. Let's say this kind of coastal ribbon mapping, which is defined as 2 kilometers landward and 2 kilometers seaward. So we are done by the end of 2022. We will have about 83 kilometers of coast mapped, quite detailed. We have small boat which allowed us to make some seismoacoustic multi-beam echo sounding Syscan sonar. And we are doing that, but only for the coastal area. If we want to go more offshore, we have to make it in cooperation with external, in external cooperation, because we don't have such equipment as such vessel. But going back to this coastal activities, geological, hydrogeological, and geohazard high-resolution mapping is being done, as well as geological processes modeling. Yeah, and there is some examples of products such like morphogeological models of different type of coasts. Well, standard genetic maps, maps of elevation parameters, thickness of marine sands, as well as geohazard mapping, including landslides, scarcity of marine sand cover, areas flooded due to climate change, sea level rise, modeling of morphodynamics of the coast, as well as prognostic models of coastal changes, of coastline changes. Yeah, the second project is at the beginning of its beginning. This is high-resolution geological mapping program of the Polish maritime areas, which now we are in the second stage of its realization. Actually, the original name of it is Geological Inventarization of the Seabed of Polish maritime areas. Whole activities are focused on complex marine geological cartography for sustainable and integrated national maritime policy. During this phase, our main tasks is regional 2D geophysical picture of Polish maritime areas to better recognize the Cenozoic and the underlying deposits, and this will give us a better basis for planning of research for high-resolution mapping, which we plan will be the comprehensive mapping in the scale of 100 and 1,000. And what Zanet said, it will probably take several dozen of years, maybe. The third subtask is preparatory work for this high-resolution geological mapping, which will be the geological work plan elaboration for selected areas. And the third very important subtasks, it's data inventory, sourcing and verification, focused especially on external data. As I said, we do not have the research vessel, and there is a lot of actions, for example, connected to offshore wind farms, and they produce a lot of data, and actually my question is, if any of you have experienced such data gathering from external parties, I would really be eager to learn from your experience, because this is what we are going and we have to do. We have done this year a geological work plan for 2D high-resolution seismic survey elaboration, and it has been approved by the authority according to our geological law. So we planned about 1,500 kilometers of seismic profiles. These are complementary to data sets which already exist. Main acquisition parameters has been assigned. The record length is about 800 milliseconds to 8 times, so it means about 1 kilometer deep. The planned survey time is quite short, because the second and third quarter of the next year, and the tendering procedure is Thank you. And the tendering procedure is in preparation. It should be initiated this year. So again, my announcement, if any of your survey have capacity with vessel or with people who could apply for it, you are warmly welcome. Because we have to do this by external cooperation. So this is the map showing this compilation of the dataset we already have and the new one. And the other ongoing project, which is going to be end, actually deals with databases, and this is Oceanographic Data and Information System, ECUDO. This is co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund. The goal was to utilize the untapped potential of the accumulated oceanographic data collected during monitoring and scientific research carried out by project partners. There still are 7 partners, 7 databases. It's been so far 3 years of work. And the access to data is done through one place. This is the address. The geological part of the isudo.pl project has its own metadata server powering the central node. This is the example of the home site of the service, the website for metadata searching. And actually, PGI provides a system with a total of information on nearly 14,000 documents with maps, lithological. They comes from lithological atlas, geochemical atlas. There are results of chemical analysis, including total organic carbon, the sediment type, according to lithological classification in the sample, but no raw data. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to do that. Borehole cards, seismoacoustic scans, thumbnails. All data were verified and prepared for publication. Data quality was improved and transferred to new database structures created for this purpose. Another topic is quite far away from Baltic. It's deep sea floor exploration. The Polish government has 15 years contract with ESA for polymetallic sulfides exploration in the northern part of Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and actually it's a total of 10,000 square kilometers. And this year, the first Polish expedition to the Mid-Atlantic Ridge has been done on the research vessel Ocean Titan, the American operator. And the cruise intended to identify and characterize different morphological features and potential favorable areas for hydrothermal activity and seabed massive sulfides occurrence, alongside constant profiling of the water column intensity to identify hydrothermal plumes. And detailed mapping of seabed has been provided using multi-beam echo sounding, sub-bottom profiler, magnetometer, MERPs, and water chemical and physical properties recorders. We also make some, I'm coming back to the Baltic now, some commercial projects. Am I speaking for 13 minutes already? I'm sorry, so it's the last one. We support offshore investments, including wind farms for environmental studies, geology, geotechnical, and geoengineering, and also in the field of formal and legal aspects of offshore infrastructure siting. There is some just listed international projects. We are members, the EMODNET, of course, WGX working group, EGU Work Package 5, which has started this year. And this cost action should be removed from it because it's not true anymore. Sorry for this mistake. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions? Let's see who's next.
Thank you. So I'll try to be as fast as possible. So that's the report for the activity. That's the people. Basically, we are two of them as a marine geologist, Isabel and myself. But we benefit from the support of other geologists, people working on the coastal area, those guys there, and geologists from the rest of the crew at BRGM. And well, there's always this guy. Maybe because you're a lot of new members, maybe there's not a lot of you knowing this guy, but it's Paul Genok. It's Paul Genok. You can't remember? Project. Oh, it's our 4th year without proper internal budget for research and mapping project at BRGEP, but hopefully it will change in 2023 with a small budget which could increase the year after that. So we should be back on track soon. So we mostly rely on external project. But still we managed to do a long forecasted, scheduled survey. So it took place in French Guiana on the continental shelf a year ago, and it's a 3,000 and something kilometer of Sparker seismic survey to explore the continental shelf, and we had a master student starting the interpretation of that data. One big project on which we are involved is the seismovolcanic crisis of Mayotte that started in, actually the crisis itself started in 2018, and it's still ongoing right now with a lot of earthquakes, and it resulted in one of the largest monitored eruption ever, and the largest offshore. So you can. Sorry, this was before it's data from SHORM from 2014, and that's the volcano here on the right. It's quite a large volcano, 800-meter high, and nearly 7 cubic kilometer of edifice. So quite large. So it's very busy time there for us for 3 years now, and we are doing a lot of stuff with colleagues from other institutions in France within the River Sima. We also have a research project in that area around the Comoro. It's a research project funded by the ANR, the Research National Agency in France, and we had a large survey, and we are doing a lot of research on that. That's the map, so maybe in a few years when you decide to open the EMODNET to other areas, this one will be ready, which is good. We're also working on wind farms, and we are delivering data and products to the ministry in charge of the development of wind farms in offshore wind farms, and we're also delivering data to the industrial consortiums. And of course, as we were working in the EMODNET and CSAG SEU that just started, as marine geologists, mostly on the work package 5, and also maybe in work package 2. We need to check that with a leader on our side. And well, I think it's everything I had to say to you.
Questions for Fabien? Okay. Let's see if can we hear Andrea? All right.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. So if you can just
Can I share my screen, or should you present if I can share it, maybe it's better.
Okay, you can try.
Okay, let's see. Okay.
Yes.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can use this one. Okay. Okay, so this is the Geological Survey of Italy, which is the department of ISPRA,
And well, it's an annual report which actually includes something from last year, because such a long time has passed since our last meeting. Why it doesn't go on? What's oh, okay. Now the section, the marine geology section that I coordinate, is formed by 4 people that you met at this meeting: Carlo, Alessandra, and Simone, who actually have, Alessandra and Simone have only a temporary contract for 3 years. Hopefully they will be included in our staff at the end of the contract, but we don't know yet. And we need them definitely. And well, something I already told you, I think last time, because we got the first part of this funding for the National Geological Mapping Project, which after more than 20 years was funded again with altogether 32 million of euros from 2020 to 22. And the work is being carried out by universities and public research institutions in direct collaboration with, as well as under the supervision of the Geological Survey of Italy, with the support of local administration. In the past it was not organized this way, but we thought this is a better way to get to results. So in this phase of the project, 61 new maps were started, obviously on land and at sea. 14 of them include submerged areas. There are a couple of maps here in Liguria. I don't know if you can see my pointer. One in Trieste, 2 in Campania, 1 in Marche, 2 in Puglia, 1 in Calabria, 2 in Sicilia. In addition to this, we are directly realizing 2 maps, which are Asinara Island, if you know which one that is this part on the top left corner of Sardinia, and Pantelleria Island, which is one of the sea mounts in the Sicily Channel. We have been at sea in between the end of September and the beginning of October. You see, this is on board the Astrea, which is one of the 2 vessels of ISPRA. This is about 24 meters long. There is another one smaller, which is called Ligea. And we acquired the Sparker sub-bottom profiler and a few samples. I don't know if you can see here that there is a lot of sediments, but also rhodolites. Well, this was very interesting, even though the weather was not so good, and so we actually used only half of the time. I could do only half of the work. The published map can be visualized on the ISPRA website at the following address, where detailed explanatory notes containing English abridged version can also be found. And among the different projects, the Geological Survey, as you know, is taking part in EMODNET-Geology 5. Guidelines were circulated for Work Package 6 in March. And we are working on new deliveries, as I think I mentioned, for Work Package 3, producing harmonized layers starting from the 25K products, and for Work Package 4, this is a sketch of the ongoing geomorphological layer we are realizing. Other projects in which we are involved are the GSEU, and there are a number of projects. I don't know whether you also call this the same way. In Italy, it is called PNRR. It's the National Plan for Recovery and Resilience, which was funded after the pandemic. And this is addressed at mainly these objectives in which we are involved, which is a geosciences research infrastructure, which is a kind of EMODNET for Italian geology on land and at sea. It means that all data should be available, freely available, downloadable, and can be consulted according to the FAIR principles. The construction of a new research vessel, which should be about 60 meters long. It's a long time in Italy, we don't have a big vessel. There is only one from OGS, but it goes to Antarctica. And unfortunately, it was a kind of a difficult period in the last few years with a few accidents. And however, this is we're still waiting to organize the construction of this new vessel. ISPRA is coordinating the activity addressed at the construction of this vessel. The other topics are monitoring biotic communities on seamounts and seabed mining, in which we were asked by the International Seabed Authority, through the Italian Ministry of Environment to be consultant for the decision taken by international seabed authorities, and on the geosites as well, where we actually mentioned the Campi Flegrei caldera, which is partly on land, partly at sea. And Alessandra did this, which was included in UNESCO list of sites. So cooperation with other Italian public institutions and universities continues. It has been ongoing for a few years now. Our main aim is the realization of an update of the structural model of Italy for submerged areas. Further cooperation started with the National Research Council, ISMAR, which is the Institute for Marine Research, for research project on tectonics in the Sicily Channel and Ionian Islands. In the last few years, thanks to the activity carried on within EMODNET, we published these 2 volumes. I already mentioned one on the, I wrote twice, Inventory of Fluid Emission. This is actually submerged structures and the fluid emissions. This gave us the opportunity to be invited to contribute to this Eco Atlas, which is a kind of collection of story maps displayed on the website of ISPRA, and an interview by the RAI, which is the Italian TV, in a series dedicated to the protection of the environment, which was entitled Under the Volcano. Whereas the volume on fluid emissions was presented at a workshop held in occasion of the Congress of the Geological Society of Italy last year in Trieste and online. So these are the conferences in which we participated. As I said, the 90th Congress of the Italian Geological Society. We presented 2 contributions and chaired this workshop. Then we presented the contribution at the 30th International Cartographic Conference, and also contribution at the GeoHub, which was presented by our colleagues from National Research Council, because I was at the same time, as I told you, following the EMODNET meeting in May. And also the Atlas was presented at the Cities on Volcanoes 11, which took place in June 2022. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Any questions? Then we'll just continue right away. And we have to go back to the screen for a moment. Yeah. Okay, it's on to Liz.
I will just tell you a little bit about the Faroese Geological Survey. Thank you for letting me be in this meeting. This presentation was done very quickly, so it's very short. Jarðfangið, the Faroese Geological Survey, is a lot of things. It's a very small society, the Faroe Islands. So it's an administration of licenses for hydrocarbon search for water. It's a research institution. It's a infrastructure service place. It's outreach. We're the Geological Museum of the islands. So it's quite broad, and I will tell you a little bit about the marine part. Not that there's much to tell yet, we are beginning a new project that we are calling Faroe Islands Marine Research Program. It is almost beginning. Maybe it will be called Faromar. It's inspired by you guys, by Mariano, Marfisk, Infomar, Isor, Iceland. Those three we've talked with, and we're really getting a lot of inspiration from all over in Europe. The idea or the need is to improve knowledge about the Faroese sea territory, which is really, really large. I think on the list of countries in Europe, Faroe Islands are probably one of the smallest. The sea territory is number 11 on the list, so it's not that small at all. It's 294,000 square kilometers. It's not as detailed mapped as in the neighboring regions, and we would like to do something about that. In January 2020, the Faroe Islands took over from Denmark the responsibility for navigational maps, which is quite something. In addition, or previously, the Faroese government had taken over from Denmark the responsibility for the sea environment. So those are really important issues, both of them. There's a new research vessel. It's only a year or two old. Jakob Sverre, very up-to-date and nice ship. Very expensive, very busy. And what we hope is that these three institutions, Jarfanji, the Umhverfisstofan Environmental Agency, and the last one, Havstofan, which is the Marine Biology and Oceanography Institution, will cooperate in this project, looking at habitat mapping, looking at bathymetry. There's a lot of area that need to be better mapped. Looking at marine geology. And the detailed mapping is beginning. So the first nice data is being collected as we speak. Looking at it there's a lot to go about and a lot to learn from it. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Liz. I think it's just great to see that how much inspiration one gets from another, and that's what this group is all about. So here we could definitely be proud of ourselves.
Not enough personnel to put in this big ship vessel that have for research because it was very, very big.
It's a big ship, but well, when you visit, you'll see that there are more Faroese than just Liz alone.
The meeting in this ship was
the meeting
enough for all.
Oh, yeah. All right, it's my turn. Let me quickly go to the second slide, because I can see I've gone 4 seconds already. There's a few things we do. We're not a big marine department, just like the French. I think we just have to do with just a few people and a lot of help from some other people who are willing to do that. We've moved into the area, because we're with so few, of artificial intelligence to make things quicker and more repetitive and consistent. So here on the lower right, you see the maps the way they were, and we slowly developed into the maps the map that is on the upper left, and we just released a sneak preview of the new full coverage seabed sediment map for the Dutch offshore last week at the Dutch North Sea Days. And it's actually, the trick was to combine grain size data with visually described data, the comment I made the other day as well when Simeon was giving his presentation. We're also working on a geomorphological map. We had partial coverage maps close to the coast, but now we're expanding it all the way to have full coverage. And you see here an overlay of, in color, the new one on the black and white map. That was still the old one, so that's how long it has been since the original maps were made. And in the south, we have really marine processes, and then in the north, you see the glacial overprint from 20,000 years ago. So it's really nice to see the glacial valleys and the surge with the grooves and everything. Then there's the geological models. I'm not going to say very much about it. It's just that we've done a lot with the Belgians, obviously, in tiles, and we're continuing with our own resource information model, and that's what we've been working hard on again this past year for one of the most densely populated provinces in the center-west of the country. Then we have all these wind farm sites. And we know an awful lot about them now, but we know quite little in between. So what we're doing now is find money to make the connection between these wind farms, to tie one stratigraphy to another, and to tie one geoarchaeology to another. So we are trying to have a cruise next August to collect some borehole data and CPT data, and hope we will be successful. And then there's specialist research. That's something we were inspired by our Portuguese colleagues when they generated a lot with very few resources by, getting in these very smart people from outside who just would spend some time and then obviously leave again. But they were very good for their output, and I thought it would be a good idea for us as well. And this is really working out well. So we have several PhDs working, but we also started up all kinds of collaborative work, including with the University of Bradford, and we just submitted a proposal 2 days ago for an ERC Synergy grant, and obviously hope that we'll get it, and also includes a couple of €1 million worth of ship time. The database for us is still, something that's a never-ending story. There's so much data, and you just are never able to make it perfect. And we focus especially now on side-scan sonar, but also on our shallow seismics. We just need to make it easier for people to get to it. Right now, even running our own projects, often just getting the data together takes up perhaps 35% of our entire budget, and that's just not a very smart way of doing your work. So we are trying with all these examples of, look, we've already lost, and when you have to make a competitive bid, we've already lost a couple of €100,000 just to get the data together. We're trying to convince our directors that this is just bad business. So we get some money, but never enough. Then one of the fun things we've worked on this year, and which we're going to complete next year, is we've developed now also for the marine units a nomenclator, English and Dutch, and it comes with maps that show the distribution of the units. And what started out as maps is now developing into a very rudimentary 3D or 2.5D layer flying carpet model. And the nice thing is about it, because I heard, it takes us 50-something years to do all the mapping in an area, is we have the same thing. And we never finish the mapping, because by the time you're halfway or 10% along the way, there's new ways of mapping, and then it gets discontinued, and you start all over again. So now we start full coverage, and then we start to put detail on what we have. So that's the plan for this coming year. And I'm convinced that at the end of the year we'll have a full coverage, sort of we call it a sort of a contextual map for all the wind farm and sand extraction studies that we expect. And that all fits into a long-term strategy that we're developing with our department, which is geomodeling, together with Applied Geosciences and the Advisory Group for Economic Affairs, which is obviously transitioning from oil and gas dominated to carbon capture, to hydrogen storage and reuse of infrastructure. So it's really fun to see this happen, and that fits very nicely in the overall developments of digital twins, which we also like to connect to, and which I think was also mentioned as something for us as marine surveys together. So with that, in 6 minutes and 40 seconds, I ran over, and I'm, I think we show that that the 5-minute time is a very flexible thing. So now I have, I hope I can hear Anna. Are you still online?
Hello. Hello, do you hear me?
And it's just one slide, yeah, so it's perfect, I think, this way.
Yeah, I read the email very sloppy, and I thought that we have to focus only on the expert group activities. But are you sharing my slide now?
It's just 5 or 6 entries, so I think you can just talk them through.
It's okay. So yeah, in the scope of the expert group, we are of course collaborating in the activities of the of the GSCU and the CCA project, and also. This includes work on Work Package 5 and also the other tasks that are included in the project and that you also all collaborate in. In the last year, we were also at the survey reviewers for the GeoEra project for the Mind the Sea. So again, congratulations to all the collaborators in that project. But now I can also say that we have been quite busy in the last year. We are not a big group at the Geological Survey, but we managed to save ourselves with a lot of collaborations. So we collaborated with other institutions in Slovenia, mainly with the University of Ljubljana for the sampling of Holocene marine sediments. So we expect to have some sedimentation rates, hopefully when the publications get published soon. We did some work on erosion, which was stimulated by the stuff that's been going on in EMODNET for the erosion activities. And here we are cooperating with the Marine Biology Station, which does the numerical modeling of the erosion rates in the Slovenian Sea, and we expect to have some very interesting stuff to present in the future. Another thing is maybe more related also to Italy. We are collaborating with the University of Padova to extend some fluvial features which we have in the Gulf of Trieste also onto the Italian side. And here also we are waiting for the preparation of the publication because the results are really nice. We were also finally able to travel into foreign countries this year, so we had some dissemination at the Malta meeting and also at the Neptune meeting. So here for the Neptune, the INQUA project, I also have to shamelessly advertise that we have abstracts open for the submission for the INQUA Roma Congress, and you are all very welcome to submit. And also we have some funds available for the early career researchers. So if you have any students or younger colleagues that would wish to apply, please you feel free to advertise this meeting. And also I'm very happy that some of your younger colleagues managed to join us at the Neptune meeting, which we had in September this year. So this is all from my side. If you have any questions, you can also write me an email.
Thank you, Anna. I would say good luck, and we hope to see you next time around, depending on the circumstances. But very happy to see you.
Yeah, I hope to follow you from the shadows. Yeah.
Great. All right. With that, I think we can. What we'll do now is we have. I see a raised hand. Okay, Reese. Yeah, but you have to come forward then. So what we'll do is we'll have the I think they're mostly guys, right? Who just have a talk and no slides, and then when you're done, then we have one more movie that was sent in by Gustav. But let's do the regular ones first, and I'll just start up front, and then we move our way back. So, Sokol?
I wanted to make a short
Hello everyone,
of our work
my name is
during
Gustav Kegistan.
the period from 2019 until now, if it's possible, but only speaking without presentation. Okay.
Gustav, you're ready to go, right?
1 minute, I finish.
Oh, that's the record.
Okay. Shortly, a presentation.
Hello everyone.
About the work that
my name is Gustav Kegistan.
Our Directorate of Marine Geology in Albania's Geological Survey has carried out those years. There are since 2019 in Athens that I don't remember to have another meeting of expert groups, and this maybe was one of the worst periods of Albania, not only for the pandemic, like for all of Europe, but in November of 2019, in 26 earthquake of magnitude 7.4 hit Albania, and from this moment until now we have problem of the budget cutting every year. So every year we have less money to make field work, but every year we still work. And for the moment we have a new equipment of a sub-bottom profiler that we have put in board of our small boat, not like of Faroe Island, is only 5.4 our boat. We are looking to buy next year a 7-meter boat, but there we have put this equipment, and we have begun to make measurements of the sub-bottom area. So in a penetration of the sediments until 150 meters, we have begun this year. And we have and some other equipments that I have mentioned in the other meetings, so I don't want to repeat. Another change during those 2 years is that I am the new director of the Directorate of Marine Geology since 2019, and our directorate have now 2 women, so we have changed the gender rapport in our directorate. So next time, next meeting, it will be with figures or my presentation. Thank you.
It's up to you, Charles. What's that?
Just a one slide, my presentation.
Oh, you can just read it off. Okay. Yeah.
I should have sent this before. So, yeah, it will be a very brief, brief presentation. Essentially, yeah, I'll hold it. Don't worry. Yeah, I come from the Continental Shelf Department of Malta. We are responsible essentially mostly for continental shelf activities, primarily oil exploration, but we also take up the role of a geological survey. We're a very small entity. It's just 2 people. And all from the technical side. As a resume of work that we've done in the past year in relation to marine geology, we are responsible firstly for the regulatory aspect. So we are, as a department, we are responsible for issuing licensing in relation to marine scientific research, and also in this particular case for the laying and surveying for submarine cables and pipelines. This is, of course, a very important for us, not just from a regulatory point of view, but primarily because it provides us as an entity with valuable seabed data that we do not have the resources to acquire ourselves. So all that data, once it comes in, it's obviously added to our database, and it will be put to good use both internally and also possibly shared with other entities. This year we have issued 10 overall licenses for marine scientific research. Essentially, the applicants would come from academia, so mainly the University of Malta, other government entities, but also the private sector. In the latter case, it's essentially related to geotechnical work, so that involves drilling the boreholes, again, acoustic surveys. We had 2 surveys for submarine cables this year, one in relation to a telecom cable, the other is for an electrical interconnector between Malta and Sicily. So that's sort of the work done in relation to the regulatory activities. From a technical, scientific point of view, we're obviously involved in EMODNET and various work packages, but the focus for this present phase will be primarily work package 3 and work package 8. We're also involved in GSU, work package 5, but also in work package 3, which has to do with energy storage. So there we're looking into identification of sites that could potentially act as for storage sites for CO2. We're also collaborating with another entity in relation to work package 4, which is groundwater, and also on work package 6. One of the more interesting projects actually that has been started last year, and it's still ongoing, is actually a compilation of an updated geological map of the Maltese islands. We have contracted BGS to carry out this activity. It's a big project for us, so we're moving from a map that was 1 to 25K to 1 to 10K. The project is pretty much advanced. Fieldwork has been completed. The map is actually right now out for public consultation, which will actually close at the end of this week. And from there, we will take it, of course, through the finalization stage, and we hope to have that, the finalized map ready by the end of the year. Next year, we're also sort of having 2 other deliverables to this project, which is a field guide, a onshore field guide. But we're also producing, again, a 3D geological model of the islands, and that's being done through another project that we are collaborating with another entity which involved the drilling of about 25 boreholes onshore Malta and Gozo. So all that data will feed into the model. So hopefully this project will be completed by next year, mid next year, and our
Go to motion radio.
what was that? Our intention is that next year this will be the project actually will be extended by looking now into the near shore. So that will involve coastal mapping. Have very much the idea of the coastal ribbon in mind. You know, sort of this is a project that we hope will carry out next year. Wind farm siting, that is something that we are very much involved in. Last year we had this year we issued a sort of a request for proposals. We call it a PMC, a public market consultation. And there was very, very good response for wind farm activity. So we hope that, again, this is something that will materialize in the future. Obviously, marine geology will be an integral part of this activity. Okay, so maybe I would say also we're also collaborating with another entity on coastal erosion. This year there was a conference in Malta on seascape landscapes and geomorphology, and we presented in that, basically based on work that was done for EMODNET, work package 8, submerged landscapes. I think that's pretty much it. Finally, also, I think we also support also other government entities in relation to directives such as the Marine Strategy Framework Directive and the MSP Directive. Obviously, there is a drive towards habitat mapping and the designation of marine protected areas, and we provide our support there to the relative entities who are responsible for implementing these directives. So that was it. I'll send you the slide.
Sure, yeah. Then I can use it for your report.
Last but not least, the Brexiteers in the room. I don't have a presentation, and this time of night, I don't think you'll be. I don't think you'll mind, will you? So I'm going to do a very quick 5 minutes. I think the last time I spoke about BGS, we were undergoing a change and we were changing our strategy and structure. It's been so long because of COVID, we're actually now changing our strategy again, and we'll be restructuring. If you want any advice, never ever map a structure to a strategy. So it's been quite a struggle. So basically the Marine and Petroleum Group are now spread out over all of BGS in their various challenges, and we're kind of trying to revert it back to be more discipline-based while also changing how we function and the challenges and the outcomes we deliver from our science. So I won't go on about that too much, but if you do want to talk about structures and line management chains, it's kind of my obsession at the moment, because it's what I spend all my time doing, because it is vital to how you perform and how you deliver science. And I think scientists often forget how you deliver science and how you manage people and how critical that is to our goals. So anyway, the work we do in the Marine Group is basically split, and it's sort of dependent upon our funding source. So we obviously have our national capability, which is 50% from NERC or from the government, and that is basically spent on mapping. So we've now created a whole new range of high-resolution maps. We call them fine scale, but they're sort of less than 10K resolution. They're really detailed things, and that's geared up mainly for the offshore development, offshore infrastructure. So if you want to look at these maps, they're free to view. They're on our offshore geo index. So your feedback would be great on them if you like them or not like them. I've heard lots of you talk about high resolution mapping, so we're clearly all going in the same direction. Because of our funding model, we also have to do commercial work. So part of our work is basically working like a commercial consultancy, but trying to do something slightly different to a consultancy, if that makes sense. Adding value to the work they do in terms of their site surveys, adding more sort of like an independent expertise to their ground models that they create. We also win grants, and we also do high resolution surveys still. We still do multi-beam. We closed down our MOPS, so we had a marine operational department. Remember RD2, I don't know if you remember me talking about that, a very, very expensive drill. We did realise that as a geological survey, we shouldn't be operational, and so we leave all boats and all drills and all that kind of stuff to other people now. That's just an efficiency that is quite recommended, I'd say. So I can see lots and lots of tired faces in the room. I hope that was about 2 minutes. At least I think it was under 5. So thanks.
If I may add something to it, I think when it comes to experience in offshore wind and finding your way as a geological survey, coming in when there's a problem, I think the BGS are the ones to talk about. And it's, you know, sometimes these sort of things going wrong don't happen enough or not often enough for us to pound on it, but we can certainly see when that happens, and then we can just warn people in advance how important it is to get that overall geological context. I'm going to try to get my screen on again, but and then we can start up that movie.
Gustav Kegesten from the Geological Survey of Sweden, and I just got the honor to join this group, taking over from Lovisa, who's now busy being head of our department. So I will just go through a little bit of what's going on at SGU this year, and a look into the future as well. So our group is divided into two parts: the geologist, marine geology for physical planning, and the marine operations and technology, which have our boats and equipment. So a big event the last 2 years have been a complete or a very major overhaul of our ship, Ocean Surveyor, who's now got a complete new set of engines, which was the big part, extending the life another 25 years, and is now running on an electric hybrid system. Aside of that, we did quite a few upgrades as well on the survey side, on the bridge, and the working environment, and got some new equipment on board as well. So it's quite nice, and it's just started working this summer. So the work of the group is essentially, as I see it, divided into sort of four parts that belong together in many ways. But we have the marine geology and benthic environment, sort of the mapping part. We are working quite a lot with modeling and digitalization these days. So that's another part, working both with on the mapping side, but also on the national scale for models. And then we have the environmental part, and working a lot with polluted sediments and over-nutrification. And then recent years, quite a lot of focus on marine spatial planning for a sustainable blue economy as well, where we are working both with our expert knowledge and also with technical support for the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management. So coming up from so we are on the Department of Commerce, and the big things this at the moment is both offshore wind, but we just got a new elected government, and they've also started to focus more on carbon capture storage. So those two topics are what we think there will be quite a lot of work coming up in the next couple of years. There are some quite large sums of money proposed towards this work, but they have not been confirmed yet. So we will see. But this focus on carbon capture storage, if that happens, which is actually looks like, means that there will be more focus on deeper penetrating seismic surveys, and we are in that case looking to get new staff in, and definitely looking for more collaborations. So if you're interested in that, that would be great. We are also completing work for about polluted sediments around Sweden, mainly focused on the paper mill industry. Yes. So the last number of years, we have done quite a lot of work also for the Department of Environment through the Swedish Agency for Marine and Water Management. It involves both mapping, quite a lot of focus on habitats, and also, well, we do modeling together with the mapping, but we have also done national scale models with quite a lot of external data as well. We just completed work with offshore banks in Sweden, where the open data have just been released, if you're interested in that. We are working with mapping Sweden's to be second marine national park outside Stockholm, Nämndö, and we are also wrapping up a project with national scale models and a new modeling environment at the Swedish Geological Survey. We're also working with machine learning and image interpretation in collaboration with Gothenburg University on a 4MAS and Vinnova grant the next number of years. And we don't know about the budgets for the next few years, because with the new elected government, the environmental department has actually been changed. So we will see what happens next. Okay, wrapping up. The last thing is our work with marine spatial planning. So we did support the Sweden's first plan, which was approved 2022. Including creating an ecosystem-based marine spatial planning tool called Symphony. And at the moment we're working with a similar project, but on the international level in the West Indian Ocean, called Wire Symphony. And yes, it's going on next year as well. We're also starting an international training program for marine spatial planning together with partners. And then on the national level, we are working with wind power, and then there's a new round of MSP around the corner. All right, that's all for me. Thank you so much. Enjoying the meeting.
Well, I don't know if you can hear us, Gustav, but thanks very much for this this very late. Yeah, I see you there. You were very fresh when you presented it. Now you're probably very tired of listening to all these. All these updates, but still, it's very good that we know about each other. And you know, if I just want to pick up on the marine spatial planning, I think it's an incredibly important topic that we definitely need to keep at the front of our minds, because we all need to make our data and information and knowledge work for decision making. So it's something that we should definitely build on, and hopefully we'll see you next time around, and we'll talk about it later in a few minutes, because the final couple of points will be done very quickly, but what the plan is on that. So thanks very much. And
can I say one word on the topic, if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just like to say that the marine spatial planning, both the one we did nationally and internationally, have really helped to put data to work. And I think within Sweden, it helped the agencies to get better at getting our data together. And the same for this international project we're doing. So it's a great way to show how how all those geological maps and other maps are actually being used. So it helped a lot, I think.
Excellent. So back to the agenda, the annual reports. So, well, I have a good, some good news for you. I don't need written annual reports. What I'll do is, because I always thought there's so little of it that really makes the sort of the overall report that I have to turn in, because it's only so many pages, that I'll just use these presentations. I think everything is in it. And I'll send around the report that we'll produce. You know, first I'll share it with Teresa, and then we can look at it together, and then we'll send it around. And if we missed anything, let us know. But that makes our life a little bit easier. We don't have that extra chore to do. Perhaps that was useful way back, but not anymore now, I would imagine. So when it comes to the timetable, you know, I know it's always somewhere in January. The only thing you have to do is look at it and say, okay, this is fine, which I expect. I don't think there'll be any one of you who will be saying, well, you know, I'm going to rewrite this section for you. But if you're up for it, always welcome. So that would be, as far as I'm concerned, item 5. Then I briefly want to say something about sort of the new energy after COVID. Obviously, being here, all of us, even though this meeting just runs very late and comes at the tail end of you know, of a long EMODNET meeting, it's still very special to see and meet you all here. At the same time, we can and should think about some ways to make the sort of the workload during a meeting like this a little bit less, focusing on the things that you really need to do together. So I just want to ask all of you, you know, what should we keep in these meetings, and what should we throw out? That's one of them. But also, how can we, you know, some of the things that we talk about, you know, yeah, it can be equipment or activities, would be nice to have in some sort of structured way, for example. You know, and that way we can, if we just have a table on you know, equipment we have, or those kinds of things, then we can leave all that information out of our presentations. That means we might save, I don't know, 20 times 1 minute or so, and that just means we have a little bit more time for other things. So it's a little bit along that line. There's a couple of things where we would like to have a little bit more, well, some volunteers perhaps who can set up, you know, some system in which we can share some information that then we can take out of this exchange, for example. So what do you think? Do you think anything at this point? You know, there's also obviously something, but does anyone have an opinion on that? This is not a setup, of course.
No, I already made a synthesis table as a volunteer, but I also see that it's not that easy. But we can think about it, how it could be converted to something more useful. Or I think at the very least, if up front we know what to talk about, it would be easier to structure, I guess. So now it's a bit crisscross that I can put in stuff. So I think indeed if there would be a framework that everyone says something about the same things, it would probably be much easier to report on as well. And then if it would be useful for some reporting purposes, you could then make a diagram or evolutions or what else. Then we need indeed to have a more structured approach to the presentations.
Does anyone think this is a bad idea?
Another suggestion, perhaps in each meeting,
we can also choose a subject that interests everybody, equipment or whatever, and we can dedicate some time to perhaps to explain what do you have, how can we exchange the things we have, or the equipment, and I don't know. It's just an example.
On that point, I think we have some of our sort of newest expert groups who organize themselves that way, and then they have some a small set of talks, for example, where you can just attend online and they record it. It is something to think about as well, especially because that way, again, you can just take something out of this meeting because you already talked about it. But obviously that means that outside of this meeting, we would have some other occasions on which you can decide for yourself whether it's interesting or not. And we would have to find some good topics. But finding good topics means that someone has to volunteer to do it. So, all these things are all obviously a matter of can we get a little bit more involvement, or the alternative obviously is we're happy the way it is and it's already a sort of a heavy workload, but sometimes a shared workload is a little bit more efficient. So think about it and just report. Perhaps in an hour or so we'll be dancing. I understood. But let me know what you think. And has any one of you attended, for example, urban geology talks or geomodeling and mapping? Especially geomodeling and mapping, they're, I think, very relevant to us because they're really looking into, how can they take what we produce and turn it into something that can be used by others. So the land-sea issue is there as well, for example, but scale is also there. So keep it in mind. Then my mandate runs out in March of next year. It's traditionally in the Marine Geology Expert Group, in those days secretary, now it's a co-chair, it's probably a much better way to express it, would succeed the chair, but that's not going to happen this time. Teresa is, getting closer to doing perhaps other stuff also, getting close to retirement. So we have to start thinking about transitioning into, a new leadership. We may be able to take a little bit more time. I have to see and check with the Secretariat and with the directors, obviously, what they think about it. But at some point, there needs to be a transition, and that cannot be, I certainly won't be leading this group for another 5 years or so. So the first question, which I already asked in the mail, is there anyone here who is willing not to take on this role right away? If so, then please step forward and say you're a candidate. But to start, slowly moving into a little bit of help at first, and then see if it if it's supported from your own department, if you like it, and then move into this role. Because at some point, I know that my mother is 96 years old, and she is a member of it used to be the Housewives Club that has now changed, but they now cease to exist because the only people willing to do it, the leadership, they've been doing it for 25 years. So they said it's over, and no one else took over. So in order to keep this going, we need some new people to take on some of this load. So is there anyone here, or does anyone know of anyone who would be interested, curious, willing to put in some time. So, right now I don't, so I can tell you what I'm going to do. This is, obviously I'm going to report to the Secretariat. And also there's going to be a next directors meeting obviously coming up. And I will just say that at this moment we don't have any people to lead the group. That I am willing to continue for a limited period of time. And if we do not find someone to take over, that this group will unfortunately cease to exist. Because we cannot do without leadership. The only thing we could do then is have some sort of informal get-together every time when there's an EMODNET meeting. So that's what I will report. They're always looking for, sort of the topics that are hot and the topics that are not. Unfortunately, it is a hot topic, but it also means that we're all very busy. So I totally understand, and I also have to say, it's if you want to do it well, it's actually quite difficult. You just don't have enough time to do it. So that's why it would be better to have just in some expert groups, they just have 5 people, without someone really taking on a heavy workload, but all responsible for something small. Perhaps that would still be a solution. But I do need to hear from you in the coming weeks. Think about it, talk about it, and see if, and also think of, if there are other ways for us to function. So that would be my message then. That also means that we don't have to elect a new chair because we don't have any candidates, and that you'll have to do with me for, well, hopefully a fairly short period, and then we'll see from there. And but obviously I hope to get some better news to report before I talk to the directors. Then, luckily, we went through the final parts so quickly that we ended up on Dutch time, the moment we should have ended this meeting. But not without me asking if there's any other business. Did we forget anything, or did you want to comment on anything? If not, then, with the date and place of next meeting, I think it's fairly obvious that we'll just hear about that during the meeting that we'll have in May, because then we'll agree on the meeting if there's going to be an extension to the EMODNET project for later in the year. And the moment we know it, we also know that that's where our meeting will be.
I just wanted to ask, so I heard at the GSEU that the SRIA was a living document and that it was meant to be further worked upon during the time of GSEU. So will the new input to the SRIA would we desire that new input to the SRIA comes via the Marine Geology Expert Group, or will we just let us flow through the GSEU?
Well, I don't think we should think along these lines. We're just very happy with all the input we can get. And it's important to provide that input because it helps you set the agenda. That's, I think, the main point. It can be from the Marine Geology Expert Group, it can be from the project, can be from EMODNET even. That doesn't matter. But the actual changes need to be made by some editors, obviously. So, and that's, for the time being, I would say our contact points would be Teresa and myself. And I think that they want to turn this room into a party center now, so we should wrap up.
Right.
The idea of RIA is just to contact with the EGS chair and the CSA leaders in the RIA. I believe we have we try to make a document just to export to the RIA, just to influence in the marine geology area, because in the last document of the RIA there's a very poor related issue. So one of the ideas we proposed to maintain a meeting just in April with all the EGS experts and provides with the main targets of the expert groups, just to provide one draft of the RIA, a new draft, because the target now for the 2 years is to make a new version, new release of the RIA. So this is important. It's important for the marine geology expert group to update the targets for the RIA, because the RIA is the future of the targets for the geological survey. I believe we for the next meeting will prepare one document just with for export to the RIA document. I believe all the EGS experts have to canalize just through the GCU just to make a RIA document. So we propose in the next meeting just to try to make a document just to the main issues, just to include in the RIA. So it's sorting from marine geology expert.
So basically, well, we're in the marine geology expert group, the 2 of us. We're in EMODNET, and we're in GSEU. So if you just let us know, then we can make a proposal for the marine geology related text. Is that satisfactory? No.
Well,
this is after this we're being kicked out. So.
Okay. Yeah, but then you just leave it open to people that send something or don't send something. So I would think that could be a discussion amongst the group to come up with an idea. I mean, if it's really the case, if I understand it well, that there is a real input expected or possible from the marine geology expert group, then we could have a meeting on this.
Well, if we want to have a meeting, we also need someone who will organize it. That's my message. So, with that, I think 6:04. I'm going to close this meeting. I'd hope to present a chair to you who could keep time much better than I could, and that would be sort of an inspiration to get someone as a replacement. But I guess we'll have to be a little bit patient. I thank you all for being here. Look forward to seeing you in not so long from now. And well, go refresh yourself and have a good time tonight. Thanks.